Ba-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Bum 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 All right. Let's see here. Hello. Can I get some? There we go. All right. Good morning. All right. Muting Stephanie. Oh my God. Samantha Dragonati's music. I just said Stephanie. I don't know why I said that. All right. Good morning. I've been watching Dr. Kirk Honda's review of Queer Ultimatum. And you know what I am humbled by? I'm humbled by the reality. Okay. That we all miss stuff. I cannot believe he watched Queer Ultimatum and thought Pilar and Haley were breaking up. But also, I do love it. Like, I do love watching how we miss things when we watch content. So let's keep that in mind today because we're going to watch some content that's a little bit controversial, whatever that means. Also, I realized I think my camera shifted. Hold on. Hold on. What is this? I was changing things around and I was like, what look different? Ugh, life of a streamer. There we go. That looks much more normal. All right. I have been enjoying watching him review it though. It's been nice. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so I have some thoughts today. I'll repeat it a few times. Oh, thank you for the hair compliments. Honestly, she needs to be washed. She really needs to be washed. I'm like, honestly, I should have washed her yesterday and I didn't. So she is holding on by a thread. So kind of disguising the fact that she needs to be washed with like pigtails. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I want us to keep in mind today that we are going to miss stuff when we watch content. And I think it's really important to recognize that. And if you did not see my latest podcast on BPD, please go watch it. Please go share it. Share it to every BPD Reddit post you can. Let me get you the link for the podcast channel because it's a good one. It's a really meaningful, important podcast. I think I really killed it, bros. I thought I did a pretty good job and it's really meaningful. And I got absolutely no sleep in honor of this podcast. You know what happens? Can I just talk to you, procrastinator to procrastinator? Neurodivergent to neurodivergent. Yo, the way I kick my ass into gear when I know I'm on a time limit. Like, I have given myself 2 weeks to make the pod. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I give myself 1 week or 2 weeks. I wait to the last 48 hours to start making pod. It's like I've been that way since I was a kid in high school when I owed an essay to my teacher. I did that in, community college. When I owed a 10-page paper, I was like, this is literally, if this is a neurodivergency, what the fuck is? So I'm up till like 4 a.m. my time, just getting this video up, edit after edit after edit. I'm on the Discord. I sit on our Discord, we have a little cozy chat and I sit in there when I'm working or people sit in there when they're studying or something. And I'm in this Discord chat and my Discord people are like, Britt, I've taken 2 naps and you're still here. Or I'll be like, guys, it's almost done. And then an hour will go by. You know what I mean? Like an hour will go by and I'm like, oh my God, it felt like 10 minutes. Like I can't tell you how long it takes to edit these things. Like every episode of a show I review takes an average of 8 hours for a 30-minute video. It takes about 8 full hours to record and edit and upload and get copyright approved, about 8 whole hours. And so it's like, damn, it's like, and then the podcast alone takes so much longer. Plus you're sourcing stuff and you're making sure it's good. And I have to watch 10 videos just to make sure the thing I'm saying makes sense. And at the same time, it's great because you're always really pleased with the finished product, But that is, if that isn't neurodivergency, I don't know what it is. Because some people are really out here. My mom is this kind of a person where I do think she's like neurodivergent, but yet she's like, do it so you don't have to do it later. She's one of those girlies. She like does it like first week and takes 2 weeks off. That's how my mom thinks. See, my mom, if she had to make a 2-week podcast every 2 weeks, she'd do it the first 48 hours and chill the next 2 weeks. But my brain goes, I'm going to chill and then I'm going to get done in the 48 hours. Once I see a deadline, I'm like, I'm locked in. Same thing with making money. I'll be chill with making money. And then if I realize like I've been this way my whole life, like, hey, we need an extra $400. I'm like, locked in, just made $200. Like, and but that's the problem is why can't I do that every day? I can't. I'm not motivated. Like I don't. But if someone tells me it's an emergency, we need $200. I'm like, oh. Jess says that's ADHD. I swear that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Like it's an absolutely crazy experience. But then you start to tell yourself, especially as a kid, you're like, I have a superpower. I must have it's not a superpower. It's literally crippling ADHD. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Yeah, so that's why the podcast always gets up late. And then that's why I am always tired the next day. Because, and then, what's even funnier is I can't even pick a topic unless I'm in the mood for it. This BPD podcast came about, what's today? Today's Wednesday, a week ago. A week ago-ish, I started to think, I think I'm going to do a podcast on BPD. I wasn't even sure until basically Saturday. This last Saturday was when I filmed the pod. I was like, that's what I'm doing it on. I'm doing on BPD. And I filmed it on Saturday and I didn't start editing it until Sunday and then fully edited it yesterday. And then boom. Chad said you have such good pod edits too. The B-roll is amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try. I have a lot of fun. That's the thing is like sometimes I hate the fact that I have to edit. And then some days I'm like, fuck, I'm so glad I got to edit this and like put my own energy into it. And I feel so satisfied and like I feel so lucky I get to edit. Sometimes like yesterday's pod made me so grateful that I could edit my own podcast. Yeah. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I really wish I was that girl who could like, yeah, get it done early, but no. Last minute girlies. Oh, the procrastination, bro. Okay. With that said, wait, there was something I wanted to tell you. Well, I guess it's about iDubbbz, so we'll talk about that when the iDubbbz video comes out. Oh, we'll talk about it then. Okay, maybe I'll forget. Maybe I'll remember. Who knows? Let's start off with this, though. It's really important that we don't forget there's a genocide happening in Palestine, Sudan, Congo. Everybody is suffering, and everyone deserves attention, and everyone deserves to be uplifted, and their voices deserve to be heard and remembered. And it's really difficult because we have to, in one way, radically accept that the world is the way that it is. And then in other ways, we have to attempt to make it better. So in some ways, as meaningless as it might feel to us, some ways of making it better is to bring awareness to it, even though that never feels like enough. And Al Jazeera, who, by the way, has been killing it with videos. They have like, maybe it's just like, hold on, I follow this Al Jazeera English. And they have like this really good like stream video thing they do. This like girl host, I just started watching it, so I don't know anyone's names, but this like, she just like does really great interviews, videos, really like to the point, bam, bang, like bing bong, bada boom, like fast, quick, easy, like digestible. And I've really been enjoying it. So I feel like they've been killing it, but they have a new video out called Recognizing Palestine. And I think it's like really important. Chaz says girl host. We call them hosts in 2025. That did sound a little funny, didn't it? It's a girl host. Well, I'm just trying to be feminist about it, really. But it is important we recognize Palestine. It sounds so stupid that we have to file paperwork in order to attempt to stop a genocide. But Croatia, where I live, their president, our president, also our president, has also is looking to recognize Palestine as its own state. So it's kind of weird though, because in my you know, growing up my whole life, I never thought to question if Palestine was a place. Because, like, if it wasn't a place, why is it called Palestine? You know what I mean? So it is kind of crazy that we have to have these conversations, but let's watch it together, you know, bring some awareness to ourselves this beautiful morning, and then we'll get into YouTube drama. Okay, here we go.
Let's talk about Palestine and why more countries are recognizing it as a state.
Canada intends to recognize
the state of Palestine
as a contribution to a proper peace process.
To initiate this political momentum is the only path to peace.
The peace they envision is the two-state solution, i.e. the state of Palestine and the state of Israel living alongside each other. It's been talked about for decades, but it's further away than ever.
It says we will continue to build a Jewish reality. Uh-oh. This reality definitely buries the idea of the Palestine state. Uh-oh. Simply because there's nothing to recognize. Oh, what a hater, bro. And no one to recognize. Yo, that's so deeply cruel, though. That is so unnecessarily cruel.
Are these states that are recognizing the state of Palestine going to do anything to stop Israel from building and expanding settlements? Are they going to do anything to stop Israel from continuing this genocide? For me, this looks very much like a fig leaf.
So what does it actually mean for these countries to recognize a Palestinian state now? And what, if anything, does it change? A lot of countries already recognize the state of Palestine. The total stood at 147 in August. At least 6 more said they would recognize it at this year's UN General Assembly meeting. They include the UK and France, both permanent members of the UN Security Council, as well as Canada and Australia.
The new wave, though, is important for a lot of reasons, because it's coming from countries that have been very supportive of Israel, and also wealthy countries that have influence with Israel, in particular European countries.
So why is this happening now? Well, one explanation is that they're responding to growing anger about Israel's genocide in Gaza.
Free Palestine.
They're doing it now because they feel the heat of the public. They're continuing their relations with Israel. In most cases, they're continuing their trade relations with Israel, and the public's angry.
They are trying to find a backhanded way of holding Israel accountable.
Israel has killed at least 64,500 Palestinians in Gaza since October 2023. More than half of those killed were women and children. The Israeli army's own data suggests that 83% of those killed were civilians, according to an investigation by The Guardian and 2 other news organizations. More than 163,000 have been injured, and more than 2 million people have been displaced. Much of Gaza has been turned into rubble, and now there's a famine, because Israel has blocked the entry of food and other supplies.
There's a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders as a weapon of war.
The conditions on the ground are overwhelming. In their depiction of the carnage and the massive human suffering that is there. That's built up large domestic constituencies in each of these global north countries that something must be done. And the something that must be done is the next, if you like, low-hanging fruit on the diplomatic tree would be to recognize Palestine.
Now, there's a lot of debate about what recognizing the state of Palestine actually means for Palestinians. One way that people are looking at it is that it's an important symbolic step, which in itself has value.
So recognition is a first step. It's not the final step. It's just a first meaningful, significant step in an international momentum to implement the two-state solution rather than negotiate it.
In a way, this wave could refocus attention to international law, very important. It could also have some legal implications. If you recognize the state of Palestine, each state might have to follow through with certain things related to its relationship with Israel, relationship with occupied territories.
But what does it even mean for a country to recognize a state? Well, in theory, it means that a country formally acknowledges another as a sovereign and independent entity. But there's no universal rulebook that defines what it means for a state to exist.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right here. Very emotional montage they created there. Had me there for a second. I really try not to start off crying on stream, you know. Hold on. The queen is calling. Hello. Go ahead. Get comfortable, girl. All right. So I was talking to a friend the other day. Maybe I even mentioned it on the stream. But we were talking about how it feels like a really bad game of Catan. And I think there's so much about that. Look at you, chat. Don't fluff her up. I'm so lucky Indiana can't read chat, bro. She let it go right to her head. She's like, I am the queen. The way our life revolves around this girl. But it really does feel like a bad game of Catan. But then it makes me wonder, or Catan, however you say it. It's one of the only board games I actually preferred to play as an adult. Obviously, I loved the old school games as a kid. I loved board games as a kid, classics. But as an adult, there is something to be said about how good it felt, like destroying someone's livelihood in a game. There's something really weird about people that, like, I really do love competition, but I fear a lot of people take that too far in real life. Like, it kind of reminds me of when the debate bros were talking about, like, well, there has to be a genocide, I guess. Like, it just is what it is. It's like, yeah, this isn't a video game. This isn't a board game. These are real people's lives. And now I think this is so important for us to really understand why Hitler was so easily, how he so easily rose to power, how it happened. And it's literally what's happening now. It's that easy. You should be worried. You should be concerned. You should be humbled by the fact that it is so easy for bad people to rise to power and for bad people to get away with stuff. You know, it is that easy. And it will always be this easy so long as, like, what did they say? All that evil needs to flourish is for good men to do nothing, however that sentence goes. Okay, well, there you go. But how good of a man are you really? How good of a person are you really if we're so casually letting it happen? You know? That's the thing. You know? One of the things that I've been doing, which is really nothing I've never done this before, but given what lessons I've learned from past collaborations, is like when I'm setting up a collaboration, and it's very hard to find people to collab with because everyone's so fucking crazy, is I ask them, hey, just confirming, are you a Zionist / are you Free Palestine? Because I don't want anyone on stream. I don't want to collab with anybody who's not Free Palestine. You know what I mean? You don't have to really understand in depth the political or depth of what's happening, as long as you understand plainly there's genocide happening. We have to free people. Like that's all I need to know, right? It's like lowest bar barrier to have a convo. That's why I still don't understand why Taylor Lorenz is out here talking, you know, to Debate Bro. Why is she talking to him? I don't get it. I'm annoyed. The people, like, hello, what else needs to come out? Yeah, Chet says, did you see or hear about the Banksy art? Yeah, I did hear about it. I did see it. I want to make sure that people who we're promoting and talking to aren't in any way working or supporting Israel in the current state that it is, or Netanyahu or anything like that. So that's my bare minimum. And it's, you know, let me tell you, I've never really sent out an email before where I'm like, hi, just checking. Hate to ask because it feels pretty obvious, but like anti-genocide, yes? I can't believe I have to ask the question. Like, that's what's even crazier. I can't believe I have to ask the question. It should be obvious. But the fact that I have to be like, hey, just checking, we're not good with it, right? That's crazy. Like, that is just like an insane thing to have to email to someone. The world, man. Anyways, so that is like what I think this really stands out to me, like this talk about Palestine being recognized as a state, which will force people to have to recognize it in certain constructs from a legal standpoint, or maybe hesitation from the way that you can interact with the land, i.e. the people. It just, you know, it's all very, you would think, I think that's why I get annoyed when people talk philosophical. Like, I understand the legal philosophical bubbles and the ethics philosophical bubbles overlap, but there should be a point where, regardless of the law, right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah, Chet said, one, are you anti-genocide? And two, do you believe that what is happening in Palestine is a genocide? Actually, great point. Exactly. And I did clarify, that is exactly what I clarified in the emails. Like, that's what I expected back from people, is like, hey, if I'm going to collab with you, do you recognize there's a genocide happening in Palestine? Right? Even if you're going to be semantic about the language or something like that, do you at least admit that they are being literally targeted, killed, murdered, treated with the lowest form of dignity. Like, use whatever word you want, you know? But for most people, even what's his name? Sam Cedar. He was like, call it whatever you want, genocide or otherwise, but like a bad thing is happening in Palestine. So even like people who have a little bit of hesitancy over the word because maybe they're being like autistically semantic because, oh, there's implications of what that word means. Yeah, we're good. So like genocide, you know what I mean? Like I think there's an issue where for some people, they're like, oh, don't exaggerate what it is. I don't know what else you want to call this, but whatever happened to the Jews during the Holocaust is happening to Palestinians now. It's just, it doesn't look the same now, but it will in 20 years. In 20 years, we will look back and say, oh shit, it's the same. You're just so zoomed in that you can't remember zooming out. Remember, the same thing happened when Hitler was collecting the Jews. Oh, he's just putting them on trains to relocate them. Oh, he's just asking them to move. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, look, he's keeping the families. You know, okay?
There is a legal framework under international law that's often used as a reference point, and it sets out 4 criteria for statehood. These are having a defined territory, a permanent population, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Now, many international law experts agree that Palestine does meet the criteria, but some of these new countries recognizing Palestine have emphasized that they're making more of a political judgment than a legal one. Some of these countries have also added conditions to their recognition of Palestinian statehood, which has been criticized. For example, Canada and Australia say their recognition is partly based on a commitment they received from the Palestinian Authority, which controls only some parts of Palestinian territory, to hold elections next year, and that Hamas cannot take part.
What is the idea of having independence? It's not having people decide for you. It's not having people decide who leads you.
Why is it that all of this conditionality is being placed on Palestinians and not being placed on Israel? They haven't put any such conditions on any of the Israeli political parties. And when it's today, it's these political parties that are carrying out genocide. That's the part that is so deeply racist.
Meanwhile, the UK has made its recognition of Palestine dependent on what Israel does, saying
Oh, sorry. Someone said they really like you on the Do Not Worry podcast. Shout out to the Do Not Worry podcast. I really enjoy, like, honestly, I watch it especially when I'm like editing or doing stuff or painting my nails. It's just nice. It's like they always have like really nice and like short and concise streams, and it's like a good 2-hour hangout. Also, somebody gifted memberships, and I was one of the people who got them at some point. So I was like, oh my God, thank you. So that was kind of cute. But yeah, shout out.
We'll go ahead with recognition unless
the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire, and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect of a two-state solution.
How do we feel about that two-state solution?
Should be free irrespective of what Israel is doing now, and what these countries should be doing instead of perhaps using it as a threat to Israel for Israel to stop the genocide is that they should just be putting sanctions on Israel to stop the genocide. And they should have recognized that Palestinians have a right to freedom long, long, long ago.
I believe it is a delayed step, a very delayed one, because it comes at a very high cost. We hope that this will be in our interest, in the interest of the people of Gaza, and in the interest of all of Palestine. And that this might create international pressure on Israel and America. Any recognition that affirms us as a state and as a right of our Palestinian people is a step we welcome. Okay. This is our right as Palestinians, and it is not a gift from Britain or any other country. True. Actually, this pisses me off. This reminds me of when men say, well, men gave women the right to vote, so you should be grateful. You should never have been able to do that in the first place, just like Palestine never needed you to recognize it for it to have been a place. Yeah. Like, that shit pisses me off. Or when white people are like, without white people, black people would still be enslaved. Without white people, black people wouldn't be enslaved in America. Like, that's the whole point. And do not say to me, Africans enslaved other Africans. I swear to God, I'll fight you. So, like, that, he's right. That, like, this isn't a gift. You're not giving us something. It's like going up to a person in the street and be like, hey, this person exists. I recognize them. And so now they are alive. It's like, I already existed. You didn't have to confirm I already was here.
And on top of all of that is the question about the borders of Palestine and exactly what territory these countries are recognizing. Because so far, none of them have been explicit about that. These are the borders of Israel that most of the world recognizes. And then you've got the Palestinian territories of Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. That's broadly seen as the land that would make up a Palestinian state under a two-state solution. How we even ended up with these borders is very contentious because the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 led to more than 700,000 Palestinians being expelled from their homes and land. We've gone into detail about all of that in our episode explaining the two-state solution. We'll put a link to it in the comments. Now, those Palestinian territories have been under a military occupation by Israel since the war in 1967. So Israel has almost total control over Palestinian life, and it enforces a system of discrimination that many describe as apartheid. Plus, over the years, Israel has been seizing more land by building settlements. These are Jewish residential communities with their own facilities like schools and roads, which Palestinians are excluded from. Today, more than 700,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. That's about 10% of the Jewish Israeli population. It's created a reality on the ground, which means the map of Palestinian territory today actually looks like this, totally carved up by settlements.
The whole purpose of setting them up was to put a flag of Israeli sovereignty on Palestinian soil to ensure that there never would be the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Every single new settler is another stake in the heart of the possibility of a Palestinian state.
They're not just building and expanding settlements, but the Israelis, and in particular Israeli settlers, have been carrying out acts of terrorism to try to get Palestinians off their land. So it's been everything from setting Palestinian homes and orchards on fire to issuing demolition orders with entire communities that have now been completely ethnically cleansed from their homes.
During the first half of 2025, there were more than 750 settler attacks that resulted in Palestinian casualties or property damage, and settlers are often protected by the Israeli army. Over the decades, there have been a bunch of UN resolutions on the illegality of Israel's occupation and the building of settlements. Plus, last year, the UN's top court, the International Court of Justice, issued clear legal guidance that Israel must end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible, including stopping all settlement activity and removing the settlers already there.
Now, the advisory opinion coming in July 2024 from the International Court of Justice made it very clear that the state of Palestine has sovereignty over all of the occupied territory, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza, and in fact, where the borders existed prior to June 6, 1967. Now, when they say they're recognizing a Palestinian state, I haven't heard any of these countries mention that they are recognizing Palestine within those borders.
What I think is going to happen in the case of Palestine is they're going to recognize a state, but they're not going to recognize sovereignty, which is to say that...
Wait, I thought the whole point of recognizing it as a state was to recognize it so they could get sovereignty. I'm confused.
They're not going to say that Palestinians have a right to kick out each and every one of those settlers that has stolen Palestinian land, that is living on Palestinian land.
Oh, so wait. So it's like, I know the people said it was like the first step of many steps. Yeah, so I guess like they're trying to just get it on paper for now, and then in hopes that it will be something else. You know, let's see. Chet says they're using the recognition as a bargaining chip against Israel, Brittany. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? To sort of have some. But is that like? I guess like the question is, and I guess there's no real answer right now, is how long are Palestinian people gonna wait before? Like, I think this is the problem. Okay, and I understand it. Like, I'm from America. Like, I live like in one of the most privileged, or I used to live. I live in Croatia now, but I live in one of the most privileged countries. And like, we're just trying to like get through and buy groceries. Palestinians don't even have homes to go back to. Like, their chances of having a normal life, like, how far off are we? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Like, when are these people going to get to have a normal life? When are these kids going to get to go to school and go to therapy? And like, not to mention the generational trauma that you know what I'm saying? So like, how fast or how slow is it going to take for the world to let Palestinians have and go back to a normal life? Because here's Israel, which, okay, every human being wants to have a good life for their family, wants to give these suburban neighborhoods to their people at the expense of other civilizations, other people, other families. Do you know what I mean? Chet says it's already been 77 years, so who knows how much longer they'll have to do this shit. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's already been, you know, basically 100 years. What are we doing? You know? Not to mention that, like, this isn't just going to stop here. These kids are going to be, they're going to become teenagers, and they're going to become adults, and their kids will have to, it's like, we know that we are still suffering from trauma that happened 300 years ago from our ancestors, 400, 500 years ago. Like, these kids, it's not just happening in a vacuum, right? But that's really what I want people to recognize who maybe aren't ready to kind of understand the Palestinian struggle or even what's happening in Congo and Sudan. And I understand I'm not as educated on those topics, so it's hard for me to speak on them. I don't want to speak out of turn. But it's still happening, even if we don't understand that it's happening. It's happening at a much greater scale. But Palestine being so publicized and being so on everyone's TV, well, maybe not on everyone's TV, on some of our TVs, on some of our phones, it feels like, how long are these people going to have to wait? And it feels like what Israel is trying to say is they are not going to have to wait very long because they won't exist. And that's why we call it a genocide. Because Israel is willing to eradicate Palestinians in the name of an Israeli state. That's why we call it a genocide. There is no part of the Israeli plan that thinks about giving suburban neighborhoods to Palestinians or helping them or making communion, being communion with them. That's why it's called the genocide, because they are forming a utopia for their people at the expense and exclusion of the Palestinian people. They're literal neighbors. They're literal next door neighbors. They're literal neighbors next, like physically next door, not even country next door. I mean, literally they all live in those, you know what I mean? So it just feels like that's why it should be obvious to the world that there's no plan in the Israeli, like if you looked at their little, you know, to-do list, there's no to-do list where it's like, make sure Palestinians have a place, right? It's great. It's just like a crazy, and human to human, we do, you know, like we know we do philosophy through pop culture here. Like, it's not that this form of violence, targeted violence, is new. It's the fact that we have the audacity and the narcissism to think that in 2025 we wouldn't be here. That's the problem. Is that we really think like, oh, we're in 2025. I can't believe people are still homophobic. Oh, we're in 2025. I can't believe people are transphobic. Oh, we're in 2025. I can't believe a genocide is happening. What is so special about 2025 that we think it's different than 1,000 years ago? It's the arrogance. It's also our comfortability. It's our privilege, going back to being born in America. It's the privilege of being in a country where like we never have to think about a genocide. There is no part of being raised in America where we ever have to think about it, which is why 9/11 was such a big deal for us. Because we had never, ever experienced any of that. And so we couldn't fathom it. We never even processed it could be a reality for us. And that's why it was so devastating for Americans, right? And I know, like, a good point, chat says America was founded on stealing land and a genocide of Native Americans. Like, we know America was founded on a genocide. So Native Americans are still suffering from the trauma that their ancestors experienced because the trauma is still in our policy. The reason their communities can be like still suffering today is because Americans who are Native American think like, oh, Native Americans get so many benefits. I wish I was Native American. But like, it's not really a benefit if it comes with such a, what's the word, guys? Like a trap, like a, you know what I'm saying? What's this word? You guys are going to tell me. I know you're going to tell me. But it's kind of like, oh, thanks, I guess. But also, what about all these other problems? Yeah, conditions. If it comes with such like specific conditions, it's just like, it's not, it's like a fake, it's like a fake handshake. It's like the handshake, you spit on it before you handshaked me and not the go way, you know? Anyways.
And illegally. I don't think that that's what they're going to be recognizing, when in reality, that is exactly what they should be recognizing.
And this is why there is a lot of skepticism.
I'm sorry, chat's right. There are, poisoned gifts. Thank you. There's Americans, mainly conservatives, who denied the Native American genocide. You know what conservatives say? They go, listen, Andrew Jackson and the Trail of Tears and all that stuff, that was just because like natives were, you know, they were so crazy they were killing themselves. Okay, but now, no matter, like, okay, isn't it interesting that according to white conservatives, any community that has them on them crime, it's like a reason to kill them. But when white on white crime happens, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, black on black crime. Okay, dog whistle. Native Americans, you know, they were killing themselves. Oh, you know, Palestinians kill each other. Hamas kills other Palestinians. You notice how they use that? Every single fucking time that is the argument. Every time. And then when you point out white on white crime, school shootings, white people, you point it out, they're like, that has nothing to do with anything. I don't know what that is. And I'm like, okay. But that's because their argument doesn't even make sense. It's not about it being white on white crime or black on black crime or native. Like, none of that is the reason. None of that has anything to do with anything. It's all about the patriarchy. Men are the problem. But see how they're never the problem? See how men will never hold themselves accountable under patriarchy? Never. Even when it comes at the expense of all of these populations of men fighting and being used as cannon fodder in wars.
That this new wave of recognition of a Palestinian state will actually lead to any meaningful change. So much depends on whether these countries are willing to put more pressure on Israel and enforce international law. And the track record on that is pretty weak.
Yep.
Even during the height of the so-called peace process between Israelis and Palestinians in the 1990s, Israel was supposed to stop building settlements. Instead, it kept adding more.
During the whole time of its 58-year-old occupation, it has paid very little political cost.
Chat says I need a quick Jordan Peterson. Ethan, watch out. Do Not Worry podcast and Brittany Simon. They're being really nice to each other. And you know what happens when the Assyrians and the Lebanese get together? All these West Asians high-fiving and doing dances where they hold hands. Ethan, watch out. Watch out. The Semites and the Arabs. They're making love. Sweet, sweet love. What will we do? You're welcome.
On the international level for this. If countries are actually willing to use the big cards in their diplomatic toolbox, we would see, I think, a decisive change in Israeli behavior. I think, first of all, it calls for suspension of all weapon sales to Israel. It means suspending the many, many free trade agreements that countries have created with Israel. It means trying to discourage investment in Israel. In other words, probably to enforce it to become a pariah until it brings itself back within the good graces of international law.
The recognition cannot be just verbal and in and of itself. It has to be accompanied by real measurable steps. It may be really no longer possible to have two states, but what is very important is to focus on international law, because whatever outcome that takes place in Israel-Palestine has to be built on the principle of freedom for all and equality for all. And short of that, no outcome is going to be meaningful.
Here's the link to our two-state solution episode.
I've really been enjoying Al Jazeera's little short videos. I'll go ahead and link this in the chat. They've been really good. That was really good. It was so quick. It was really good. It was a good summary, good interviews, not too much background music for my little autistic brain. Like, really well done. I'm really enjoying the recent content. I don't know what it is. Okay. Now, Chet said, is this the new form of spamming using emojis? Well, you know, this is this are you a Twitch viewer? Because I noticed the custom on Twitch is to spam emojis as a way to communicate good thoughts or bad thoughts, I guess. But on YouTube, we don't do that. This, guys, you want to talk about language differences? This is why I'm not a Twitch streamer. I don't understand the culture around Twitch streaming, but apparently I've been told that if somebody spams a lot of emojis in your chat, they're probably from Twitch. So am I right? Are you a Twitch viewer usually? Let's see, because that's what, it's cute. Like I'm okay with it, as you know, as long as it's good feelings. But yeah, that's what I've learned recently. Which is, you know, a little bubble hop right there, a little bubble form, little bubble making love, you know? Ted says, I don't use Twitch at all. I just like emojis. I mean, hey, we all love an emoji. That's why we have custom emojis for members, guys. You like some Bulma, you like some JJK, you like some Luffy, Uncle Iroh. We do love our emojis here. All right, let's see. Discourse has finally caught up. That's why you got a 2-time stream so you can catch up quickly and see all this glory. Okay, let's see. Let me recenter. What was I gonna say? I was gonna monologue for a second. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Hold on. Let me think. Oh, okay. So iDubbbz made a video called Coming Clean. And the first comment on this video that I saw, let me see if it's still there. He's deleting comments. Okay, I'm not seeing it, but one of the comments that I saw was like, this is going to pay people's rent for months. And what I want us to think about when we watch this video is if you rise to such prominence that people talking about you pays their rent, Ethan Klein, hello, are you a good person? You know, and I mean that in like a sort of like contemplative way. You know, if you're new to my channel, my name is Brady Simon. I do philosophy through pop culture. And I've been thinking about this because one of the feedback I've gotten back from my viewers and everyone else, and I do this full time, is that I'm not controversial enough for people to react to because I just have like pretty level-headed reactions. Thank you. But then I wonder, yeah, if I don't want to be people's like rent maker or rent payer, what do you have to do to be that? What do you have to do to be the person that when people put you in a thumbnail, people watch? Like iDubbbz, right? Like iDubbbz makes a video and people are like already going for it. It's like he's covering his Anissa relationship, controversies that have been, said about him. He's basically debunking what people have said about him. But in order for iDubbbz to have gotten to the point where he is this person, he also had to rise to prominence in the past. Now, I know his viewers have told me that even though Britney thinks of iDubbbz as the N-word person, that's not only who he was. Apparently you guys liked him for other reasons, but I never watched him. So I only knew him as that guy. And then I only knew him as the guy who collabed with Ethan to do Content Cop. And then now I only know him as the guy who apologized and tried to make amends, which is good. And he's the guy who's dating Anissa, and then Anissa is the girl who's on OF, and now I know him as the guy who's beefing with Ethan. So I don't watch iDubbbz. All my years on YouTube, I never watched iDubbbz like that, but I used to watch Ethan. I loved H3. Once I think a lot of us started watching Ethan when his lawsuit was happening originally with copyright. That was when I started watching Ethan. And then obviously I think we all fell off around the same time, or maybe, as everything was unfolding the last few years. But what I'm trying to convey to you is that I think what we can do here is ask ourselves, especially if you're a content creator watching this, why am I somebody who pays somebody's rent, and am I proud of that? Am I proud that I'm so controversial that when people put me in a thumbnail or anything like that, they basically will pay their rent off my name? And how do I feel about that? That's what I want us to ask ourselves. Okay? Because obviously, now this also coincides with the podcast I just put out. Please go check it out over on the podcast channel. Links in the description, and I'll add it to the comment sections. I talked about this with Brooke Schofield and Trisha Paytas. Their borderline did not make them a bad person. Their values did. Like, Brooke's borderline didn't tell her to tweet out those horrible things about Trayvon Martin. Okay? Like, Trisha's borderline wasn't the reason she was on the internet doing blackface. Like borderline doesn't make you do blackface. That's your values. Okay? And so I think, again, there's this conversation about like, what is my mental health and what is my values? What is my ignorance and what is my values? And ignorance and values, staying ignorant is a value statement. So okay, let's watch with all of that in mind. Here we go.
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos. There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. If you're going to be a hater ass bitch, take it the full way.
Oh, damn, you said hater ass bitch. Okay, I'm ready.
By the way, the background is a work in progress, so you can just tune that out. Today, I'm going to be doing the thing that everyone tells you not to do, and that is feed the trolls. One of the more important things that I want to talk about is my relationship with Anissa. I love Anissa. I love everything about her. I've only grown to love her more with time.
Oh, gross. I'm just kidding. I'm married too. Just kidding. I love. We love to hear someone doting about their spouse.
And a lot of people online don't see it that way. For me, it's very obvious. I thought more people would be able to catch on. I am quiet, stoic, not talkative. She is the opposite of that. She is loud, very talkative, social. People struggle to understand that dynamic, I think, especially me being a person who has made a career of talking online. So yes, Anissa will oftentimes, like in many relationships, be the more talkative one. We've been together for nearly 10 years, and all of it has been online for the public to see. And there are still people accusing her of cheating, accusing me of being in an abusive relationship. None of this is true, and there is no evidence.
Chad said it's misogyny. Oh, yeah, I think that ultimately is always the answer. It's misogyny. Look, I don't know Anissa. I don't know iDubbbz like that. Ian, is that his name? Ian? I don't know them like that. But every time I see a criticism of Anissa, it just feels like misogyny.
For any of this, except like, I guess, body language experts coming on and being like, iDubbbz is being
Boo.
stoic here, therefore he's in hell.
Okay, hang on. Watch the change there. Watch the change.
I don't know what the fuck that was. I have never gotten.
Look at Ian in this moment. Oh my God.
Like, he looks sad. No, he is disgusted at her. He's depressed.
Oh God. Listen, I do this too when I watch people. I'm like, oh, I see a little change there. And it might indicate something, but it might not. I'm just an autistic girly with a little pattern. I can just recognize the pattern. But body language experts, boo. People trying to read people's thoughts, boo. Okay, people trying to speak, especially if Ian's neurodivergent. Oh, nothing pisses me off more than when people try to review my videos in the small, rare chances that it happens, and people are like, oh, this is what Brittany was thinking here. Please stop trying to read my face. You have not been able to read my face since I was literally a child. And like, from one autistic girly to maybe many of you, you're so wrong about what you're seeing. Now, if you know something about neurodivergency, maybe you'd be able to tell what we're saying. But this idea of reading his mind is crazy, right? Discord said, isn't he just processing? Yeah, literally. Like, he's just probably processing information, right? Crazy. Chat says, how do you know what is going on in people's heads? People are neurodivergent or just act differently based off culture bubble? Exactly. Chat says, this guy was an Andy Worski. He was in the real Ethan Ralph Club of Nazis. Andy Worski, I haven't heard that name in a really long time. Is that person even on the internet still? Wasn't he here on the internet like 2010 or something? God, I haven't heard that name in so long. But that's kind of, not that I knew a lot about iDubbbz, but that's kind of what I thought of iDubbbz, I think, is like a trolly white guy who kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's some, now interestingly enough, you know, I made that video about Repsion, who kind of went crazy and weird on Ian the other day, and about Anissa's relationship with Ian. And people were telling me that they used to be a part of Repsion's Discord, and there was like a lot of Nazi stuff and stuff like that. Listen, I don't know what kind of Discord y'all are running, but you know what I'm saying? These white boys on the internet do have a tendency. I don't know why everyone loves white supremacy so much. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I do not know why y'all love white supremacy so much. You know what I mean? So I think there's something there that's probably how I saw Ian, is I just assumed he was another white guy that thought Nazi humor was funny, I guess. You know, but I don't know how deep it went. But if Repsion also had Nazi stuff on his Discord, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
He's so disgusted. He looks disgusted with this.
He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, should I be here? He looks so uncomfortable. Look at this guy's body language. He doesn't want to be there.
Oh, I'm sorry. People can't have anxiety. Anxiety. You know what I mean? What? Oh, people can't be anxious?
Miserable. He looks miserable. Dude, he looks like he wants to kill himself.
I mean, I kind of want to kill myself now. Okay, so
me too.
Not a fan of the resting bitch face. All right, well, I'm not going to smile all the time, fellas. And even when I smile, you guys still like contort it into he's so uncomfortable or he's smiling through the pain.
Oh, he's so uncomfortable. He's smiling on his face.
What?
But inside his eyes, you can see his pain.
For some reason, well, not for some reason, for the reason of sexism and people's view on OnlyFans and them just not liking Anissa, they want to push forward a narrative that she is actively and continually cheating on me. And if you listen to freaks like this guy I'm about to show, it makes sense why.
Is it Repsion? Because Repsion made a crazy video. You know what's crazy? Repsion made this crazy video about Ian. And look, I reviewed Repsion because my Discord was like, hey, Brad, have you seen this latest video from Repsion? And I was like, this boy has lost it. This boy needs therapy. I'm just going to say it with a capital T, therapy. But he went for iDubbbz's relationships, and he was in a toxic, abusive relationship. And then he makes a follow-up video talking to his toxic ex again for the sake of like, it was the craziest video. You know what I mean? Is that who he's going to show?
Obsessed.
Anissa wants to have.
No, this is Worski. Oh, chat. That's why you said Worski. That's him. This guy, this dude on the right, that's him. Oh shit, I didn't even recognize him until I just saw his eyes, and then I got it. Now I got it.
Sex into having sex with Anissa. I think he wants to bang Anissa. Anissa was horny and wanted to have sex with this therapist. Well, Anissa figured herself to it.
Yep. Do you think that makes her pussy wet?
Buddy, was she getting plowed?
That's what I'm saying.
What we're describing here is two grown men who are fantasizing about a stranger and his wife and what they do in the bedroom or don't do in the bedroom. That is creepy weirdo shit.
I don't think the internet knows how inappropriate they're being. And I know that I have made videos that I try really hard, because I know we all talk about each other's lives. I try really hard to be considerate about when I'm commenting about people's lives. But okay, let's just go on an autistic rant for a second. I understand that as an autistic person, I tend to give and it really is my autism. I've decided that I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, because I know that I appreciate it when people give me the benefit of the doubt, because I don't have ill intentions, but the road to hell is paved in good intentions. So we also have to hold ourselves accountable. So I understand that when I talk about people on the internet, I am open to being corrected. I make corrections all the time, even if I think like, maybe I'm still right and maybe they will show up in a few years. I don't want to speak for people. But I also think there's a way to do it within reason, right? Like there's a way for us to review TV shows. There's a way for us to review content that says, oh, this is what I think might be happening, but maybe I don't know, because using real people's lives to learn about our own is really, really helpful. But I also think there's just a side of the internet that is so wrong about their assessments, they can't handle it. I remember seeing Reddit post about my marriage on who's Reddit, of course, Debate Bros Reddit, and years ago being like, oh, Britney's gonna get divorced, there's no way she even lasts a year, like they don't understand me to begin with. But like, I don't blame them for being so uneducated that they think that's the conclusion, because in their life that would probably happen to them, right? But they don't know me enough to know that I'm not about to get married unless I'm really sure. And also, getting a divorce isn't the worst thing in the world. It happens. You're not a bad person. The only time you're a bad person, guys, is when you're abusing somebody, and you know what I mean? You got to get the work done. You got to be accountable. But you're not a bad person because your relationship ends. You're not a bad person because you get divorced. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like this narrative that like, oh my God, they got divorced. Okay. But also, the only thing we want to avoid being is abusive and a bad people. You're not avoiding a breakup. Do you know what I mean? It's just like one of those narratives that I don't think people understand. And so, yeah, when they view you on the internet in your relationship, they only can see the negative because they feel the negative for themselves. It's like when Destiny said to Ethan, or to the audience, every YouTuber you know is a horrible person behind closed doors. Yeah, that's not about us. That's about him and his people. And I don't know about Ian. I don't know if Ian's a good person behind closed doors, right? But I know I am. So I can't be alone in this. I know lots of people are good people outside of their jobs. So I know I'm not alone in this. And I know you're a good person outside of your job. So why wouldn't other streamers be good people outside of their jobs? But the fact that Destiny thinks, oh yeah, we're all bad people. Don't let these liberal men convince you that we are like them. Ain't no way.
Here we have iDubbbz with the bull, folks. There's iDubbbz with the bull.
He's using sexualized terms to describe a picture of me and my dog. And what are we doing? So many people will tell Anissa and I of just like, don't feed into the hate. And it's like, okay, we're going to post some normal stuff. Anissa posts just me with a picture of my dog, and this is the type of commentary we get about it.
iDubbbz with the bull. Gorgeous Gabe Plowder in the back room of the salon. 3-hour bukkake session with all of the male stylists.
If you're curious about the hairdresser these guys are talking about, I will point you to my disgraced boxing coach, Michael Briggs. For some reason, this stupid fucking loser and his dumb as rocks wife decided to go on the H3 podcast. They already spilled their guts. They were getting paid like $5,000 to go on this podcast.
I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
I think they were maybe afraid that they wouldn't get the money if they didn't thoroughly trash us. So them maybe thinking that they weren't trashing us hard enough, Michael Briggs decided to invoke the name of one of his presumably friends and say that Anissa was like thirsting after him.
She definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. Yeah, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it.
For whatever it's worth.
I didn't watch that interview. I skipped that whole section. I really try not to watch Ethan's streams unless I absolutely have to. So when that happened, I just absolutely avoided it. I had no context for them talking.
Every time Michael Briggs, my disgraced boxing coach, would reference Gabe.
Yeah, he looks like an Andrew Tate fan. I said it.
He would always refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe. He couldn't help but refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe on the podcast.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
He's a beautiful guy.
Yeah, he's got tattoos. He's large. He's tan.
I don't call him that. My wife doesn't call him that. If you have some unresolved sexual tension or fantasies, whatever the fuck it is, you need to keep that shit to yourself and not project it onto other people. I wish the best to Gabe. Michael Briggs, on the other hand, absolute fucking creep weirdo. Now, I know a lot of this is very grotesque and obsessive. I would prefer if people didn't talk about me and my wife or other people in this way.
Okay, let's see.
I briefly want to talk about the concept of being a lol cow because these fucking losers.
Ethan's a lol cow. Destiny's a lol cow. Boogie's a lol cow. Keemstar's a lol cow. That's why I cannot believe Taylor Lorenz talked to Destiny. Girl, do not talk to lol cows. Do not talk to them. Honestly, I'm really struggling to see her the same. After everything that's come out, I don't get it. Why did you even entertain him as an intellectual? Why did you even talk to him? I didn't watch it. I just watched snippets, and so I gotta watch the whole thing. But like, I don't understand why she talked to him. How stupid! Like, I'm sorry. At this point, that's like, you might as well have collabed with Netanyahu. Because Destiny literally went to Israel to do propaganda for Israel. Make it make sense. Sorry.
Losers.
Oh my God.
They love the concept.
It's like, where are the values?
Of like labeling someone a lol cow and then like bullying them and watching their life spiral out of control. They won't, say as much. They'll just be like, yeah, we just do it for laughs. The whole thing's entertainment. It's just just innocent guys just having a laugh.
Chat said, I think she's under the impression she can reach their audience. Yeah, I used to think that too. And let me tell you, the worst people are in that audience. There's I've poached a few DDGers into my audience and they've been really great. But genuinely, you got to make good decisions about that decision. Because I really thought that too. But I have never been in a worse community in my whole life. And yeah, shout out to the DDGers that are here. Right? Like, I love that, but not interested. You can find your way here in a different way than me putting myself there. And same with her. She should not put herself in that sphere. The misogyny, the harassment, the doxing, the stalking, it is literally unsafe. It's literally unsafe.
Thankfully.
And what's worse is she will convince other women to possibly feel safe in the space because she's there, and the women will go unsuspectingly. The man who recorded people's intimacy moments and shared them without their consent. The man who literally belittles, cluster Bs and mentally ill people, even though he definitely is. A person who literally abandons his own child and then blames everybody else for being bad parents. Like the person who's literally fighting with Ethan about who's more of a pedophile. What are you doing, Taylor? What are we doing?
Aneesa and I are in a much safer and privileged position than many other people who are the targets of guys like this who want to bully them into submission. So now I want to look at two different clips from these guys. There is the fat one and his cohort who are listening to Aneesa describe, essentially having a hard time online, seeing people mock.
Chat said, I wonder if she knew about his history. If she didn't, I think less of her. At this point, I would think less of her for not doing her research. Isn't she a journalist? At this point, he's facing a felony in Florida. What do you mean you didn't do your research before you talked to him? And the state of where he has been and the way that he's been shipped out by Israel to do propaganda for Israel and she didn't do her research? No. No excuses. Do you know what I'm saying? She literally is the person who should be held to the highest standard in terms of who she collaborates with. So she should know that a person who is paid by Israel to go to Israel and he told IOF soldiers, if you're going to play with people's underwear and do bad shit, don't record it. That guy who's facing a felony in Florida. As far as I know, the case hasn't been finished. Oh, that guy? No.
And make fun of her dad with Alzheimer's.
They were laughing at my dad for getting sick on some of these forums.
What did you think? What did you think? Because you shared it online?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what people are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
I don't think they probably even really believe the stuff that they're saying, but they know because it's extreme and edgy that it will cause you mentally spiral like this. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you. So guess what? They're going to keep doing it. This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be.
What's a lol cow? I like to think of a lol cow as somebody who people watch to get their rocks off, the shits and giggles. They're not really being watched because they actually make good content or people like them. They're being watched because people want to laugh at them, because people see them as the joke, like Boogie. I can't tell you how many people I've met that I didn't even know watch I thought they were Destiny fans, and they're like, we're not Destiny fans. We watch him because he's a lol cow. And I was like, what? I thought you guys watched him because he was a debate dude. And they're like, no, we literally watch him because his life's a mess and everything's crazy and the guy can't get anything right. And I was like, oh, Here I am thinking people are actually watching. Yeah, Nikocado Avocado is a good example too. Like Nikocado Avocado, like all these people, like there are people who literally stay invested in people on the internet because they want to see them fuck up. That's why, and I didn't realize this when I was in, when I used to collab with Destiny, I didn't know this. That's why his audience would come in and start fights between me and him. Because that's what they wanted. They wanted to start fights. Like his audience does not care about him. They are not invested in him. They want to see him fight other people. They actually are the reason he gets fed so much of the information. Reminds you of somebody else's audience, Ethan. That's why DGG was feeding Ethan all that information. They don't care about you. DGG literally wants to see you implode on the internet. That's how they get their rocks off. So if you're like a hardcore like DGGer, if you're like on Destiny's like private site and you're like in the chat logs with him, you're not a person who like is actually respected. Because your audience, if they respected you, would hold you to account. Your audience, if they wanted better for you, would actually hold you to account. And some people do. Some people leave Destiny's audience because of this. This is usually when they fall off. But if you've been a diehard Destiny fan for 10 years and you've never thought to hold him to account, you're not a fan. You're literally the worst thing for him. If you have a healthy audience, which we know I do, and my audience was like, hey, Britt, I think you missed the mark. Okay, I'm paying attention. Like, I'm locked in. Tell me what I did. And if I did, I did. You know what I'm saying? But when your audience is so, like, doesn't care about you, when Boogie's audience, Keemstar's audience, those people do not want good for you. They want to see you fuck up so they can laugh about somebody else's life because their life is so miserable. Okay?
But that's how it is.
The whole time, he is not saying that he is a perpetrator of bullying her. What he's saying is that other people are doing that. But he is doing it actively.
Exactly.
In this video, he is bullying Anissa. And in other videos, he's literally bullied and made fun of her dad who has Alzheimer's.
With a late-stage dementia patient who is an extremist Muslim, and he sees his daughter covered in tattoos, married to iDubbbz the cuck, and he just freaks the f out. iDubbbz is having to take him on walks through the neighborhood, talk to this demented guy.
So this is something that he's very familiar with. But for some reason, in this moment, he refuses to take any ownership of the fact that he is part of the problem.
Like, that's what people...
Wait, Chad says, how does this guy have any fans after everything that came out about him? For the same reason Taylor Lorenz had the audacity to talk about him. It doesn't matter that I saw a comment that says, like, I saw it more as like an interview. Why is Destiny in the same sphere as somebody who's trying to be respected as a political commentator and journalist? Why are you allowed? That's how Trump gets elected, is you keep making this man equal to the people who are doing the work to stay respectable, but none of you are respectable in politics, and that's why politics sucks. That's why we do philosophy through pop culture here, because nobody in politics is actually a good person. You all fucking suck. You all fucking suck. Because the moment you're willing to touch dicks with fucking Destiny, do you know what I'm saying? Okay, like that's what I'm trying to say. Like, y'all are bad people. Because at the end of the day, like, there's nothing this man will do that will make you collab with him because you know he brings in views. That's Trump. You are willing to shake hands with Trump as long as it gets you views and money. And I'm saying, why? And now you want to lecture the Nelk bros for talking to Netanyahu? They're following you're doing the same thing. You just think you're better than them. And how? I'm done with these bubbles. I'm done. Ugh. And I just recommended Taylor Lorenz to people, and now I'm so angry. See, this is why I have a hard time recommending people to people. One day you recommend somebody, and the next day they're talking to Destiny. You're like, Jesus, fuck. Like, hello?
People are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you.
He doesn't want to admit it. And it makes you wonder why. And we get a little window into that at the end of the clip.
This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
It shouldn't be, but it does, because I participate in it.
He says in this moment, it shouldn't be. Why the fuck do you think he says it shouldn't be? Could that be because it's wrong and it's a mean, evil thing to do? To acknowledge that someone is suffering and deciding that you are going to attack them online continuously for the thing that they are, you know, either insecure or struggling with? It's plain as day that he's part of the problem, but he fucking refuses, like a coward does, to take any responsibility.
And by the way, the people who come for Ian's podcast with Anissa and say he gets no views, it probably gets no views because it's not controversial. The only reason you all stay so fucking viral is because you literally do the worst things on the internet, which, again, please watch my podcast talking about BPD. Does that make you a bad person? Your values do. Because Trisha Paytas and Brooke Schofield continue to utilize every viral, triggering, offensive fucking marketing ploy through capitalism to remain viral, and it works. And you guys make them millionaires. Not you guys, because you guys are smart and beautiful and introspective. But the internet makes them famous. because they say the worst things ever. Ian was the most famous and the most rich when he was saying the most batshit fucking crazy shit on the internet. The fact that I know him as the N-word guy should tell you everything you should know. Okay? So at the end of the day, that's really what we should be paying attention to. The fact that his podcast now gets less views makes me respect him more, even though I have no respect for these men in general. But like, you know what I mean? But like, that's so when people say like, oh, you get no views. Yeah, but at least I go to sleep at night feeling good about my values. And also I pay my bills, so go fuck yourself. Like, they're so angry that we're paying our bills and not selling our souls. Well, at least I'm paying my bills. I don't know if Ian's paying his bills. I assume so.
For him being part of the problem. I don't think a lot of these commentary channels want to be held to a higher standard. I think they want to comment on the strategy of things, and they don't want to reveal too much of their own morals or principles. This next guy is the perfect example of what I'm describing. He is being very critical of me talking to a therapist. And by the way, that wasn't even a therapy session. I just happened to cry in that moment.
Woo-woo! Dr. Kirk Honda! Dr. Kirk Honda is such the sweetest being in the whole world. He's been incredibly kind to me over the last few years. He's so sweet. And I know when he got harassed by Ethan's viewers, he's like, okay, I don't want this. Whatever this is, I don't want it. He's so good faith. I was just talking about him to my partner this morning because I'm watching him review Queer Ultimatum. He's such a good faith person. He's so open. He's so balanced with how he gives openness and criticism that he genuinely gave Ethan the best advice ever. And Ethan just imploded on him. He gave the most reasonable, grounded advice to Ethan, and Ethan got him harassed. And this is why I say Dr. Kirk Honda is too good for the internet. He is like truly too good for the internet.
And I was like, this might be able to communicate authenticity, so I'll include it.
And then Ian goes on a podcast with a therapist and gets extremely real with him, which is a profoundly stupid idea. Like eating with your mouth full on camera. He of all people should know better than to go on a therapist's podcast and vent about his very real problems on a public forum like that, because people will use that information against him, like this.
This same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried.
If you're gonna be a hater-ass bitch, take it the full way. Take responsibility for having the opinion that crying online is pathetic and weak. Don't say I am the enlightened centrist and other people are going to make fun of you for that.
Because people will use that information against him.
People will use the information against me. Who's people? I'm pretty sure you're people.
Yeah, you're the people, stupid. That's what I'm saying. You're the people. You're the people. Now, if you don't recall, when Destiny and I had our falling out, a precursor to that falling out, after I called him out for being a cheater and he got mad at me, was we had a conversation about rape because I felt like his statements about rape were going to cause people to blame rape victims, which they did. And I got the DMs to prove it. Like, people were in my DMs. They were emailing me. You're the reason you got raped. You're at fault. You're traumatized because you were raped and that's your fault. Like, absolutely because of Destiny. And I knew that was going to happen. That's why I warned Destiny. And it was triggering. Okay. I had Dr. Kirk Honda on to talk about it. Right? And Destiny goes, so Dr. Kirk Honda proved my point. No, Dr. Kirk Honda did not prove your point. Dr. Kirk Honda is not saying what you are saying. It's like the language is so specific. The way we use language is so important. So for these men to be like, oh, don't you know people are going to mock you for having a therapy session online, which wasn't even therapy, and then they go on to mock Ian, is the point. That's the point. You're doing it. If that's what Destiny was doing. He said he didn't want to victim blame rape victims, but by putting out that content he was, which, look, I have been called out in the past for making content that in ways sounds like victim blaming, or maybe was. I've taken it down because they're right that ultimately if my language isn't clear enough that the audience takes away victim blaming, I've done a bad job. I have done a bad job if my audience hears me say something and thinks, oh yeah, we're going to blame the victim. Take down the video. Take it down. And that's what I was trying to say to Destiny. And that's what we're trying to say is like, you know, we're not going to, even if you have good intentions, the point is if your audience is harassing rape victims and blaming them for their rapes, you failed. Or maybe he did it. Maybe that's what he really wanted, which is the accusation I'm kind of making, because now that he's been caught red-handed with people's nudes and lewds and / intimate videos and sending them out to people without their consent, he's doubling down and saying it's not that big of a deal. You guys are blowing this out of proportion. To mention, by the way, that one of those people allegedly is 17. Allegedly, he has been reported to the police by Willie Mack for allegedly having nude video of a 17-year-old on his hard drive. Destiny admitted he had it. Okay? So just a reminder that this same man, okay, is trying to take the high road and say, like, you guys are blowing this out of proportion. We're not mad enough about it. So the fact that Taylor Lorenz had any kind of collab, put her name in association with this man, I'm sorry, she has a lack of judgment. That is a severe lack of judgment at this point. At this point, it might have been forgivable before all of this stuff came out. Maybe she didn't know, maybe she never saw anything. But how could she do it now with everything going on?
You're the one who's playing this fucking clip. You're the one who's making this video called the most toxic wife. I don't know why these fucking pussies don't accept the full troll mask. They're acting as if being sincere is impossible to do online. It's not impossible. It's difficult in the situation that Anissa and
Okay, I don't know why we're showing Joe Rogan, but okay.
I are in, but we're making that choice intentionally.
Wait, what an interesting group of men he showed. He just showed the most like, is he trying to appeal to the conservative men? He just showed Oh Brothers, and then he showed Theo Von, who just did a collaboration with fucking Trump. And then he showed Joe Rogan. He showed Trumpers. Is he appealing to the masculine, misogynistic boy bubble and saying like, look, even Trump voters cry?
Mask. They're acting as if being sincere is impossible to do online. It's not impossible. It's difficult in the situation that Anissa and I are in, but we're making that choice intentionally. So you making this bold claim that we are like unaware what happens when Anissa talks about her dad who has Alzheimer's or me crying.
Ugh.
Like we're very
That's fucking hard, bro.
aware that that is going to be viewed as gay and be made fun of by people like you. And now I'm going to react to a couple of these random creators who have made videos or statements about Anissa and I, just to give you a taste of what an average is. And additionally, like in making some of those videos, it just attracts a certain type of person where they're like, I'm going to list off a bunch of people I consider lol cows or people who are mentally like disabled. And I'm going to tell you to make fucking documentaries about them. And then in that case, like, I'm not fucking doing that. You're seeing that happen right now with World of T-shirts. There's a lot of people who think they're like doing it responsibly or respectfully. And it's just hell. It's just like, what the is any of this shit?
Bro, what is going on? Anissa legitimately convinced him his entire being as a person is bad.
Did I once say my entire being is bad? You're allowed to be critical of yourself and the content you're making. You would benefit from being a little critical of the content you're making. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, actually comment on what I was talking about. Do you agree or disagree with a statement that you should be making videos and documentaries about people who are mentally disabled because you are encouraged by your fan base to do so? Do you agree with that? Maybe engage with the prompt.
And fellas, and even fellettes, all right? Never, just listen up, all right? Never let your partner actually change you this much. Never let them convince you that you are so bad as a person, like everything you do, the way you act, everything you believe is bad, and you must agree to every—
Was Anissa with him during the N-word arc? You know what I'm saying? Women really uphold the patriarchy, let me tell you. Was Anissa with him during the, like, his worst? When did they get together? I mean, obviously people grow, so maybe they grew in a direction. They deconstructed together, maybe? Yeah, she was. Okay. Yeah, so maybe that's a big part of it. Like, obviously, if she was there and she was also edgy and they were edgy together, then they would also have to deconstruct together. Otherwise, they'd probably break up, right? So I can see that from other people's perspectives, they're like, whoa, you changed so much. It must be your wife. But the reality is that, like, if you're both changing and deconstructing, then you'd both be changing together. You can change. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You can change for the better. Okay? She played a part of the Tana content cop. Oh, okay. Okay. So then the hope is that they have deconstructed together in a direction, therefore they have changed, and therefore instead of blaming or seeing that Ian and Anissa are holding themselves accountable, they see it as a betrayal. That's why when Repsion said, Ian, you used to make great content, I was like, which content? Who content? Oh, you used to make great content. When? Which content? You know what I mean? It's like when people say that, when people talk about Ian, they talk about like, they have like a nostalgia brain or something, because I didn't watch Ian like that. I don't get it. Even with Ethan, who cares? Guys, people change. They're a piece of shit. Stop watching them. You know what I mean? So like people being like, Ian used to be like my favorite. I loved you. It's like, who cares, guys? At the end of the day, why are you crying over these men like this? You know, be disappointed, but move on. You know, at the end of the day, they're just like, this is what happens when people don't deconstruct, you know?
Like their way of life, everything they do. Obviously,
why do you think that she thinks everything I do is bad? I'm like, man, these people have fucking drank the Kool-Aid to a disgusting degree.
Obviously, if there's legitimate criticism taken into account or whatever, but this is legitimately tragic. He cannot be proud of a single thing he's ever done in his entire life. He just feels guilty about all of it because of Anissa.
Dude, I'm proud of plenty of things. I'm not just going to go on stream and declare it. Like, what do you, like, it's so boring. Like, I don't want to talk about how proud I am of making the Airsoft Fatty documentary. Like, do you?
Well, maybe you should, so people know that you're allowed to be proud of some of your work. Maybe he is a little too self-negative. Maybe Ian is a little bit too negative, you know? I don't know that that's a good thing. I don't know that it's a good thing that he never gives himself credit for anything. I find it to be inspiring when I see people say, like, I did do good. I think it's important for us to say, like, yeah, I'm really proud of this work. I'm not so proud of this work. Like, guys, I'm really proud of my new BPD video. Please go see it on the podcast channel. You are not bad because you have BPD. It's your values. Go check it out on the podcast channel. I'm really proud of that video.
You guys really need me to fucking bloviate about how I really enjoyed following the narrative structure of a fatty battling with his friends in Battle Creek.
It was my opinion that some of your content in the past was actually good before. It was actually logical. You made some good points. You don't need to feel
Oh, you used to be so logical. I loved when you said the N-word. That was my favorite part. Don't clip me. Ian, I really just loved it when you talked horribly about other racial minorities.
so bad about every single thing. You know, maybe you did some bad shit. You said some slurs. That shit was bad, whatever.
Dude, I know. I just, this is so frustrating. I just want to say, like, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about are going to be upsetting, or they're going to be a downer to you, because that's interesting. Like, I don't know if it's because I have a higher threshold. It kind of feels like I do, right? A lot of the things that these commentators are commenting on is they're saying, like, oh my gosh, that would crush me, basically, if my wife described me in that way or said that about me. And it's like, okay, it would hurt you.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, even we practice this on this channel. Guys, just because it'd be a nightmare for you doesn't mean it's a nightmare for them. It's good to know what'd be bad for you, but it doesn't mean it has to be a judgment of them, right?
You're feeling bad through me. You think that I'm feeling those same feelings that you're feeling.
Right.
I'm not.
A lot of, like, good shit to your content as well. You're legitimately, you know, fighting against, like, evil people and shit like that.
Because I'm sensing this guy as being his own version of sincere, because I honestly think, I don't know how old this guy is, but I'm going to say a teenager.
Like 21. He does not look like a teenager. Is he? Maybe. He could be like 19 to 21.
Age commentary YouTuber. I'm going to say that their version of sincere is going to look very different than mine.
Sure.
I'll take what I can get right now from this guy. When I'm giving my actual authentic take about something, you don't need to put the blame on my wife. You don't need to say that she's controlling me. This is very off base. People who are in relationships, they communicate, they talk. This is just the reality of getting in a relationship and becoming more enmeshed. Like, it happens. You know, if we eventually have a kid together, like, it's very important that we're on the same page. And
enmesh is a very interesting word, since psychologically enmeshment is not the greatest. But enmeshed, I assume he means non-clinically. And he means, like, almost like become one, but not like in the psychological enmeshment way, meaning to, like, see yourself in others in a way where you lose your identity, but instead in sort of a cohesive team-like way. Like, I always say I'm on a team with my partner, but we're not codependent, you know, like, because you want to be interdependent, you don't want to be codependent, right?
We communicate. I know it might feel like you have some outsider insight, but it is just very wrong. I feel very free to...
Tectone, accused by his ex of rape and assault and abuse. His father raped people so brutally the military had to kick him out and create a new rule around it. Yeah, that Tectone? Cool.
Speak my truth. Yeah, I agree, Bri.
Do you want to know why this shit makes me so mad? Because there was a point in time back in OnlyFans season 1 where I was like, dude, iDubbbz is the fucking man. Such a chill guy. So down to earth. Loved meeting him in real life. Loved playing games with him. This guy was the fucking man.
I think Tectone is remembering this in a kind of a weird way. It seems like he's very nostalgic and happy about it. He's being very over the top of how epic I was. But by this time, everyone had, like, decided that Anissa controls my life and that I'm a beta male soy cuck boy. So it actually is very funny that he's coming out now saying, like, man, he was the man just 2 years ago. It's like, dude, the fucking cat was out of the bag 2 years ago. Also, it's weird because I didn't play games with him other than we were in the same guild. I don't know. I think he's just trying to add on to this narrative that the internet likes of Man,
See, this is the thing Ethan does too, where Ethan's like, we were best friends, and Ian's like, I mean, we were friends, kind of. Like, the internet does this. They make everything bigger and closer than it was. We were so close. We were so this. Oh my gosh. And I was thinking about this today because I was thinking about, I saw that on Reddit. People were talking about me talking about Contra and Lindsay. Guys, the reason I'm willing to say things publicly about Contra and Lindsay is because, like, we're not friends. They're just some YouTubers that I met at a short time, and we had some weird overlap. Like, you know, we had some from the outside social situations that look like closeness, like staying at Natalie's house while I was on a trip looks like closeness, but we weren't. People that I've actually had falling out with in my personal life that happened to be YouTubers because there was mental health issues or family issues or something, I never talk about them. I never make content about people. I don't make content about real people because, like, this is my job. So, like, that's what the internet has to understand. I know so many YouTubers. I could have made so much content, but I won't because I respect them as people. And we had a real something, a real friendship, a real connection. And, like, if we move on from each other, I'm not going to make a video about it. But if you're strangers on the internet, if we had beef, if I'm holding you accountable because you're basically, like, siding with a genocide, yeah, girl, I'm going to tell people what you did. You know what I mean? That's what people don't understand. Now, if somebody in my personal life wants to make a video, I will come with the receipts. But that's the point. We don't. It's not like people from my real life are coming to the internet to talk about Britney. It's people on the internet I barely know who are like, I knew her for 2 seconds and I have stuff. Yeah, fine, say it. But at least I can either regret, unlike Ethan, what I've done, or be like, that's not true. Give me the receipts. Because that's the problem is Ethan did all of these horrible things the last 15 years and goes, I don't regret it. What is up with these men hating men who regret? So Ian says, hey, I regret the content I did. And people go, pussy, what cock? You're being abused by your girl. It's like, God forbid a man regret his bad decisions, you know?
He used to be so awesome. He was so cool. And then he fucking got corrupted by that fucking bitch.
He was one of my favorite content creators of all time.
Oh, please. Lies. Bullshit. Nobody watches anybody's content unless you're autistic like me. I'm the only autistic bitch that watches anybody's actual content because every time I talk to a content creator, they're like, oh, I haven't had a chance to watch your videos. No way Tectone was truly a fan. And if he was, who cares? You were a fan of a different Ian. You weren't a fan of the Ian that exists now, which is all that matters. You were a fan of a different Ian, right? That's the problem. Ooh, shut up, big nose. I bet you can smell iDubbbz from where you are. I'm going to block this person. Guys, if you want to pay my bills and come into chat and say shitty things and then I can block you, you can do that. But PS, to haters on the internet, you pay our bills. That's the reality. That's why people get sucked into making content that makes the haters come to their chat. That's why lolcows make money because they would rather make money from haters than none at all. But at the end of the day, like, I'm happy to take some haters' attention, but ultimately there's a reason my chat is so nice. The reason my content doesn't attract haters is because it's too good. Do you know what I mean? So again, like, shout out to my chat because you guys know you always get complimented. Hot new people always come in and go, why is Brittany's chat so good? Because they're good people. Because they're good people.
To see that this is what he became. I mean, this guy inspired me to do content. Like, my breakdowns on people's entire character was inspired by iDubbbz. And it's so lame. Like, to see what one woman's pussy and Hassan can do to a motherfucker.
What one woman's pussy and what Hassan can do to a motherfucker. This is all they have. What did Ethan tell Taylor Lorenz? Hassan will never fuck you. These people are gross. These people are disgusting.
Is insane to me. And if he just would have remained true to himself, he wouldn't have ended up.
But by the way, what have I lectured progressives about? What have I lectured anti-Ethan people about? Stop blaming Hila for Ethan's bad decisions. Your misogyny is showing. Stop blaming this woman for Ethan's grown-up decisions, right? See how they do that and you don't like it? Don't do it to Ethan. Let this man rot in his own bad decisions. And also, Hila and him are so compatible. That's why they're still together, right? So, like, okay, she has her own accountability to be held for, but do not say, oh, Ethan wouldn't be this way if it wasn't for Hila. Oh, Ian wouldn't be this way if it wasn't for Anissa. Let these men be held accountable for their own actions, okay? Camilla, membership for 8 months, says, why is Brittany's chat so good? Because you guys are so good. That's why.
This husk of a man he is today, and probably would have way more viewers and wouldn't having to be making content that he hates for money. It's just...
This is such fucking cope, man. Like, hearing Tectone say it, it's just like, It's reminding me how many times I've heard this fucking script. These people cannot fathom that the based epic N-word guy has changed his mind over time. It's got to be a woman's pussy or Hassan. I think
exactly.
If they accept that I came to that decision on my own, they have to reckon with some demons of their own. Like it's hard to accept the fact that I've taken this journey and it's not one I regret. It's actually one that I've felt better after doing.
And by the way, like Tectone has a very interesting time with the internet because I did watch him for a time because I watch literally, guys, special interest. I watch everybody just to see what's going on the internet. And there was a time when I was like, okay, I can see why like people really like Tectone. There's like a warmth to him. Tectone is a really weird person. He was literally homeless because he was addicted to gacha games, got so in debt, he also became kind of famous for it on the internet, and then now has a bill of $25,000 a month in order to pay off his lifestyle. So he always tries to like basically create as much controversy around himself as possible to stay relevant, to make money. So like he'll be on podcasts with Emaru and Aspen, which I have so many opinions about Emaru, collabing with these horrible men. Okay. Anyways, that's a whole other conversation. That like he'll say, "Oh, I'm running out of money, so I gotta do like a marathon stream," and then the marathon stream will make like 50K. Like these men are so used to just popping on the internet, saying the most abhorrent fucking shit, and boom, making 50K. You know what I'm saying? It is interesting. Now, is Tectone still on Twitch? Because I will just say this. I think it's really interesting that Twitch got rid of Destiny, which they should have, but haven't got rid of Tectone. Tectone. Feels really weird. A little bit. But see, there's this whole idea, right, that we don't know the rules of these platforms, and we don't. We don't know the rules of these platforms, and we are all susceptible to it. Guys, subscribe for free to my Patreon just to keep tabs on where I am in case, who knows, I wake up one day and YouTube doesn't exist for me. Because, you know, nothing is permanent. But, you know, you just never know why platforms keep certain people but not others. Like, both are sexual deviants. Both have been accused of assault. Both have been accused of things, you know, in some aspect or another. Right? I guess Destiny was accused of, I mean, I think by definition, by some people's definition, it'd be considered like some form of like assault, emotional assault. I don't even know what to claim. Like, how are you supposed to fathom that you were being recorded during the most intimate moments of your life, and then you don't even know you're being recorded, men and women, and then you see it in somebody's online post because it got leaked? Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you call that? What do you call that? How does that not feel like you've been violated? Or, you know what I'm saying?
Tectone is right. This guy is such a disappointment. Like, Idubbbz calling people incels when the first woman he met literally destroyed, like, took over his life and destroyed him, dude.
I don't
Oh, Chad said, I think Tectone is banned. Really? Where does he stream? Kick, probably?
know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos, but Anissa is not the first person or not the first woman I've met. I've met plenty of other women. She's certainly not the first
It says he's on Twitch with 1 million followers.
woman I've dated, and certainly not the first woman I've had sex with. But I will admit that she is the first woman I married. Also, there are a lot of grown men out there who were outraged to find out that I changed my last name from Washburn to Jama when I married Anissa.
Who took his wife's last name, taking Anissa's last name, taking your wife's last name.
He's taken her last name.
His last.
The misogyny. Is that Sam Hyde? Go fuck yourself, huh? Who cares? So?
The last name, the story. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's so many. I forgot.
I think some of these people think I'm trying to push a woke agenda or some shit, but I don't give a fuck what anyone does with their own last names. This is what I chose to do because I like her last name better.
What? That's it? You're mad he took her last name? This is what I'm saying. You're a misogynist. Why would it matter whose name they have? Unless you literally think women are less. All these men who think they've deconstructed their misogyny. That's why when the H3 subreddit was mad at me, I was like, thank you. Because they're like, Brittany's a misandrist. She hates Ethan Klein because he's a man. I hate Ethan Klein's opinions because they're bad. He's literally a misogynist. Who cares that he has her last name?
When my rancid boxing coach and his wife decided to go on the H3 podcast as like this mutual exchange of talking shit about Anissa and I in exchange for $5,000, that was sort of under the premise that I owed them some sort of bonus money.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were also promised a bonus on CC1 and we never got it. But because Michael was so nice, he didn't want to like make Ian feel uncomfortable and ask Ian and Anissa about it.
And I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like, was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. I was paying these people an hourly rate to do the job that I asked for them to do, and they got paid. This fucking loser with the beard got paid $32,000 for training an influencer to box, and she got paid $9,000 to film some of it. They conveniently never talked to either one of us about it.
You confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to?
They conveniently don't have any text messages or emails or contracts that have anything to do with bonus money because that conversation didn't happen. They're lying to Ethan and his crew.
So like $40,000, but they're like, "Where's my bonus?"
And they're lying to the audience.
How is it that we put on this great event, we raised $1.3 million for charity, and he promised us a bonus, and then right after the event, he just kind of pretend like he's too busy to check in with us.
Too busy to check in with you? I don't need to fucking check in with you. You're not my parents. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You weren't promised a bonus. I was doing my own shit. Why the fuck would I want to spend my time with you when I'm filming a show with Dax Flame? You guys are fucking losers.
You confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to?
If it was promised to you, if this imaginary bonus was promised to you, that should give you a lot of confidence to at least say, bonus? That's potentially a lot of money for you, you know, in this fictional scenario where you were promised a bonus. Surely it makes sense to at least inquire.
Yeah, that feels weird to be like, "Hey, Ian, now that our time together is coming to an end, just want to make sure we've wrapped up all the loose ends. I know in the past you mentioned a bonus. I wasn't sure if that was still on the table. Please let me know. Thanks for everything. Great working with you." Boom, there, don't. Ooh, who can write an email? This girl. Who can write a text message? This girl. That was good, bro.
Wire if it was promised to you, right? Because I'd been consistently paying you day after day for all the work you were doing. So if I never missed a payment for you and your wife and a bonus was promised at some point, then don't you think it would be pretty fucking obvious and apparent that you should text me, "Hey, what about that bonus?" Of course, but there was no bonus. Because you're fucking lying. Like, fuck these crooked people. They came on this podcast. They used this bonus thing as some sort of like weird exchange of like, yeah, we can't go on the podcast and just talk blatant shit about our clients. So what we're instead going to do is pretend like we were stiffed by our clients after they promised us a windfall of cash. There's so many other truthful things that they could have focused on the podcast that would have made me look like a bitch to a certain, sector of the internet. One of those things being me crying after a tough sparring session. Like, that's truthful.
Did you say he cried?
Oh, we had to have a meeting.
Yeah. So after that,
Ugh. These people are gross. They definitely love Andrew Tate.
He was crying at the gym.
It's okay to cry, but it's not okay for him to cry. Now, to the crew of the H3 podcast, I have something important to say. I think you are all pieces of shit. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for this episode of iDubbbz Complains. If you want to...
I mean, it's true. They're basically standing complicit in Ethan's bullshit now. I don't want to hear anything about their jobs, their resources, their money. They can't get another job. They have a crazy good resume now. If they genuinely can't get a job in their field and they're literally tied to Ethan for life, they're bad at business. If you have literally tied your ship to Ethan's for the rest of your career, you're bad at business. You have got to diversify your resume, guys. You cannot tie your boat to Ethan's. What if it sinks one day? Hello? So I'm telling you, if you have not building up your resume, you have not been networking, you have not been building up a good reputation for yourself, probably not now that you've been staying with Ethan. And I know, Olivia, I know Olivia is taking a break for mental health, which is good. I'm glad she's done. I'm glad Olivia made the decision to take a break for her mental health. I wish Ethan would follow suit. Okay, but yeah, I don't want to hear anything about the crew being victims of the circumstance. It's been like 2 years. I'm over it.
Hear me complaining live in your ears, particularly today. If you're watching this video the day it comes out, go and check out my Twitch live stream. I'll put a link in the description.
Also, I don't want to compare this to BDSM, but it is literally the same. Chat said I competed in MMA before I came out, and crying after a hard sparring session happened a lot. It's emotional. BDSM was the same way. Your skydiving was the same way. When I would do high adrenaline things that I put my body through, things that were emotionally entangled, yeah, you would cry after and it would feel awesome. Okay? You cry. Like, this is the part that people don't understand. Like, crying, you can cry from happiness, sadness, adrenaline. You can cry for so many reasons. You know what I mean? Like, people have got to understand, like, crying is a bodily function. I don't know why you guys are being so weird about it.
I am going to be reacting to the H3 podcast where my rat coach and his rat wife are being nasty rats together. So go give it a watch, give it a listen. And I'll, probably for the rest of this month, I will be reacting to shit and, I don't know, fucking stirring the pot. So thank you for watching, everyone. Bye.
Wow, amazing. Wow, amazing. All right. Okay. Anything else? All right, love that. What does it say? Miss? Okay. Let's see. He's deleting comments. He's stoic. His child marriage is bad. It seems half his audience of this channel now just hate watches. Well, that's kind of lolcow of him, honestly. I'm in awe of iDubbbz' rare combination of extreme empathy and extreme stoicism. In search of his, what is this word? Prodigies? Empathy? In spite of his prodigies' empathy? Prodigies? Is that the right word? Is that how you spell prodigy? Or is it that feels wrong. He's still able to remain stoically indifferent to the story of a victim of child marriage. What is he talking about? Whose child marriage? Who? Whose child marriage? Wait, what did I miss? Prejudice. Prejudice? Is that supposed to be prodigy? What is this word? Is it spelled wrong? Protege. Oh, protege. Oh, protege. Got it. When you only read a word and you never, you don't say that. Protege. Got it. I don't even know why I didn't know what that word was. Protege. I got you. Thank you, guys. Funny how Gorgeous Gabe is brought up, but his child marriage isn't. Who's Gorgeous Gabe and why is he married to a child? Is Gorgeous Gabe, was he married off as a child? Wait, what's happening? Try calling a child bride survivor dumb as rocks and a fucking loser. Oh, so the coach was a child victim. Well, you can be a victim and a bad person. Not most. Some victims also become predators. So very weird for them to be like calling a child bride survivor dumb as rocks and a fucking loser is low as hell. Very empathetic. What do they have to do with one another? What do those have to do with one another? Do you know what I'm saying? Like they have nothing to do with one another. Okay? That's so weird. Oh, wait, not protege. Wait, I'm reading chat. No, not protege. Wait, that's not how you spell protege? I'm so confused. I can't, because I'm just reading text. I can't hear it in my head. Oh, you know what I'll do? Hold on. Let's let Google tell us how to say it. Hold on.
Prodigious.
Oh, prodigious. God, I'm fucking smart. See how we're all really stupid in the end? Prodigious.
Prodigious.
Prodigious. I was going to say, that doesn't seem like protege to me. That feels like that's spelled different. Guys, spelling is not verb. I'm dyslexic. Don't fucking come at me. It's ableist. If you come at me, you're an ableist, okay? Prodigious. Thank you. See, this is why we need help in school. This is why, okay? This guy's comment on Ian's videos, why are you all mad at this when a literal genocide is going on? Oh no, why are you mad at this when a literal genocide is going on, Ian? See, these are all weaponized like teenagers. There's like teenagers who are just like mad. But hey, he's bringing in the views, bro. 200,000 views in 21 hours. And this is
I don't know if this is
hold on, this is his iDubbbz channel. And this channel is like he doesn't utilize it. But he has some videos and they get pretty good views. So this is the Content Cop that came out. And then this is it, concern trolling. Are you scared of immigrants? And let me see his most popular video. Okay, 24 million views is crazy.
Big thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video.
Hi, I'm Bounty Hunter, Baba D. Flats. Holy fuck!
Don't get several drinks in me. It's not wise to piss off a drunk old Jedi.
Are you just making fun of autistic boys?
It's about the economy of children.
Back in April, I flew out to Battle Creek, Michigan to meet a fellow YouTuber that goes by the name of Airsoft Fatty.
Is this what Ian was known for?
I'm sure you guys have seen some of his videos.
Sure. Yeah, we know his videos.
Taking one of your shoes off.
Yeah, it's just an autistic boy right there. That's autism right there. He's a fellow autistic. Yeah. I know autism when I see it. Okay, interesting. So that's like what Ian used to do. He used to like go out and collab, I guess. Okay. All right. Well, that was a good wash. Thanks for the dyslexic how to pronounce words Brittany doesn't know how to pronounce at the end there, guys. That was really wholesome. I really like that. Like the stream. I'm going to take a little bit of a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to watch the I got it. Hold on. The Eminem-sized hole in white America by Deja. It's going to be really good. It's going to be great. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Girl. Here I was thinking, should I go warm up my coffee? Do I need more caffeine in my system? Do I need more of that? I think maybe I should. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, fuck me, bro. Hilarious, hilarious. All right, right on time. Hello, girls. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. Okay. Did I miss anything on chat before we continue with Deja's video? Let me go ahead and link the video preemptively because I just know it's going to be good. No doubt. Okay, I've already pre-liked it. That's how... Oh, wow. I just put a V in chat. Boomer Brittany, unable to post a link. Okay, let's see. Let me see. Anything else? Anything we want to talk about before we move over? Chat said I already pre-watched. It's good. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. Go ahead and 1.2 it as per normal. This came out 9 days ago. How does Deja say her last name? It's S-A-D-E. How do we say it? And then Discord said, I guess Olivia wore Keemstar merch on the show. How tables have turned. What the fuck? Why? Why would she do that? Ugh. Sade. Okay, so Deja Sade. Thank you. That's crazy, though. Why? That's just... What? Why would you do that? Why would you literally do that? I don't get it. Didn't they all wear Keem merch? Oh, I don't know. I really don't. I'm so out of the bubble, bro. Man, that's crazy. That's insane. Okay, let's watch this together. So excited. Okay, here we go. Eminem. What a time. Oh my God, you know what's so funny? The other day, my father-in-law, he was humming a song and he doesn't speak a lot of English. He speaks as much English as I speak Croatian. So let me just tell you, it's not a lot. But he was like, I don't know how the new Eminem song goes. That the Abracadabra, whatever it's called, the kind of the new one, you know, anyways, he was humming and my partner and I are like, are you humming Eminem? And it's because it comes on the radio. You know what I mean? It's so funny. It's like the songs come on the radio, dun, dun, like, you know, and they'll hum the songs and it's so funny. Or sometimes they'll sing in English to American songs, but they can't speak it. Like they'll sing the American song and their English is so good, but they don't know what they're singing. And it's so funny. My mother-in-law speaks great English, but like her English is so good when she sings. Her pronunciation is so good. It's so funny. It's great though. The radio is filling the Eminem shaped hole in Croatia. True. Yeah. Oh my God. So funny. Also, welcome to all the new peeps. Happy to have you here. Yeah, I love, that's my mother-in-law. We go to this restaurant pretty often as a family, and they usually have some really great music on, especially American music, it's global, but it's English mostly. And we'll sing together. And then when they don't have the radio on, we're like, oh, we missed out. We didn't get to sing together today. She likes to sing. And I like to sing, so it's kind of cute. It's our little bond, you know? All right, let's talk about Eminem, girls, because there's nothing I like more than when my brothers are like, I love Eminem, bro. I so relate to him. My struggle is so like his. And I'm like, your dad made $100,000. You grew up in the suburb and he drove a BMW. Relax. And I say, this is a girly who knows that I wasn't like as privileged as other people because God knows with 10 kids, 100K is not that much. But when your dad is an immigrant who drives a BMW, there's a conversation to be had about whether or not you struggled like Eminem did. So like sometimes I want to slap my brothers in the face for acting like you know anything about the struggle. But also, everybody suffers and everybody struggles. It's just maybe not in the same way. All right, let's talk about it.
Superman is super woke.
He was able to hold a mirror up to white America while also expressing pain.
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
There's so many kids that can relate to what I've been through.
Specifically, the lewd, crude.
And I will say, have I cried to many Eminem songs? Yes, in the same way I cry to anything that makes me feel a way. That's why I say, as a person, half of us don't even listen to the words. We just listen to the vibe and the way that it feels. And like, even if I can't relate to your struggle, I relate to what the struggle represents in terms of suffering, because we all suffer. So it's like, maybe I can't relate to this particular exact struggle, but maybe I can relate it to the struggle that's similar or adjacent, because like pain is pain, right?
Offensive, childish, slim shady character.
Also, I think about this all the time, how M only could write the music he did, like Clean Out My Closet, when he was as fucked up as he was. So then there's this conversation about how healed people might not make the same art, but does the same art need to stand the test of time? He doesn't sing that song anymore at concerts, right? But the point is that for the time that it existed, it was important. The dilemma is people don't let it go. I mean, I still listen to the song, but it's like, let go of the pain that you were feeling when you wrote it so you can heal and never have to sing it again. Let go of the pain you had to feel because some people are like, no, fuck that bitch. I still hate his mom. I'm still mad at my mom. It's like, yeah, you should probably like heal past that though. You should probably just like heal past the need to identify with that young M because he's no longer that kid. He's now in his 50s, bro. He's a granddad. His daughter had a baby. You know what I mean? Like, let's move on.
You just like me, just don't give up like me. Because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey, what can I say? I think you say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
And then this audacity of this fool to be like, I'm also a Catholic. Oh, Lord.
If I'm thinking it, I'm going to say it. I've always been that type of person.
Nowadays, I think the kids are, I don't know, more desperate or something like that, or more bored.
So I was randomly listening to Eminem this week for the first time in years during all of my humiliation rituals, also known as Elsa attempts. And it really made me ponder his...
Girl, don't even. The way I cannot Elsa to save my life.
role and impact in white suburban culture. Not only did he become one of the most successful rappers of all time, but also, you know, maybe he was also one of those noisy, messy detours that helped delay a generation from tap dancing into extremism. Could it be that Eminem was a part of a long line of stewards that kept white America grounded and, dare I say, humble? Was he one of the last bastions of the type of subcultures that kept mainstream white America from dipping its toes into the weird supremacy edgelordship that we see playing out right now?
Wait, I will not lose my nation and culture and heritage out of being fear of being called a racist. What am I missing here? What's going on? What's this? What's happening?
Young women are more likely to murder than white men.
Black women are more likely to murder than white men. What? I gotta move this mic away. I feel like I'm gonna be screaming a lot. What?
Oh, brown people.
F brown people? That's crazy.
Black girl. You know your roots.
For a while there, Eminem gave young white American suburban kids a mirror and a mouthpiece.
You know, I kind of reached a point where I was just fed up.
He, like many pressure valves of suburbia before him, allowed these kids to be crude, offensive, and scream, "I'm angry," and ignored. But at the same time, he also forced them to confront the why, the real why, the true why, not the manufactured why.
Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't called it.
That whole song is basically a warning about what happens when young, lonely white men project all their emotions onto a celebrity instead of looking inward and finding real community. If you care to pay attention, you realize that it gives us a mirrored window into parasocial meltdown, incel culture, mental health, suburban pain, and its suicidal tendencies without sitting you down to have a stern talk about the seriousness of white male radicalization. It stiff arms us into paying attention to the fact that someone in America is experiencing this in their life right now. But what happens when that mirrored window breaks? When there's no one left to check white America and offer the reminder that at the end of the day, maybe it's actually not the immigrants or the black people or the queers that are harming you. You know, maybe the call is coming from inside the house.
I do better in bad markets. I buy things in bad markets.
The cultural vacuum and what filled it. Up until recently, there's always been really strong subculture communities that acted as speed bumps, slowing down the mainstream just enough to remind it that not everyone fits the same mold. Welcome to 2025. We are currently in the find out phase of the internet and socials flattening those subcultures. And in their absence, MAGA has filled the void. It's been able to brand itself as the new rebellion, not because it offered creativity or...
You know, I will just say, I love that she doesn't have background music right now. I don't know if it's going to come in later, but I love it. I was like, why is my brain so calm right now? And it's because there's no background music to keep it stimulated. I won't play. I really sometimes, and I know this is not your burden to carry, but sometimes the background music makes me so anxious because I'm just overstimulated. But I love how calm and well the video is so far. It's so well done already. We're only like 3 minutes in. But I was like, why is this video so good so far? And I'm like, oh, there's no background music.
Expression, but because it offered identity and allegiance. When authentic outlets are disappearing by the second, it offers ready-made identities for everybody who feels left out and wants something, anything to belong to. Gen Z, specifically the Gen Z dudes, are identifying with conservatism much more often than the generation before them, which caught a lot of people by surprise, except anyone who studies cultural, social, economic patterns. When you actually listen to MAGA speak, they present themselves as the underdog.
Because if you bring 100 million votes to this man, you send this finger to the elites.
But the rebels are Republicans.
Wasn't that, what's his name? Isn't this, what's his name? The fucking rich guy with the kid He sells books and has like jets, and he's like, if you're not going to get 100 million a year, what are you doing? Is that this guy?
100 million votes to this man. You send this finger to the elites.
Is that somebody else? I'm sorry. I'm face blind.
But the rebels.
Yeah, Grant Cardone. Thank you, chat. It is Grant Cardone. What is Grant Cardone talking about the elites for?
Are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to like fuck the system, you're a conservative now.
They present themselves as the anti-establishment heroes, which is actually hella confusing because they are the establishment, like deeply entrenched establishment.
And I'll go with it. And if he wants to be a dictator, then so be it.
Swamp covered establishment.
I think part of why Kamala is getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public. Yes. And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Would you declassify the Epstein file?
Yeah, I would.
Release the list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
I think the Epstein files need to be released yesterday. We need to know every single person and get the Epstein client list out immediately.
A few moments later.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
That is them. They establishment so hard that they're controlling the GOP, the Supreme Court, and a pretty large chunk of both traditional and the social media space.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first. The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous.
The establishment so hard that they actually struggle to see that there's very much a difference between Homelander and Superman.
I'm going to give you one last chance to stop acting like Nazi stormtroopers.
Despite what they want to believe, MAGA has all of the features of the establishment while viewing themselves as revolutionary rebels. They do this even as they defend corporate power, elites, police brutality, religious takeover.
Country needs a dictator.
You can have a vote to get to that state. And then no more votes afterwards. Absolutely. 100%.
And that brings me to the focus of this video, friends. We'll talk about Eminem for the most part, but in less of an Eminem appreciation video kind of way, and in more of a let's start the discourse about what happens when these subcultures start to disappear in scale and authentic intimacy kind of way. The decline of in-person white...
No. Chat said, did she just say there isn't a difference between Homelander and Superman? If she did, I disagree. No. She said people start to blur the lines where they can't tell that there's a difference. She did not say that. She is making the argument that they can't tell the difference because the actor who played Homelander had to come out and basically lecture the fans and say Homelander is a bad guy, so because people, they don't know.
Suburbia expression, where they're, brought together by Eminem's rap, punk, grunge, rock, Midwest emo, screamo, the crudeness of Jackass and Beavis and Butthead, even the Tony Hawk skateboard era, how that has left a generation of
I'm not going to play with you that when I say like I really was a boy growing up, I didn't just like these things because I had brothers. To this day, I know a lot of you are shocked sometimes when I say like, oh yeah, I watched that Boy Bubble. I feel like in another life, all of the things that boys were known for could have been used for such amazing like things. Like that's why I remember making a video a long time ago, like why don't these bands who I think could have had so much potential to like question the system, why didn't they? Like why didn't they continue doing that? And I know that I talked about Avenged Sevenfold, even though they have cop songs and like other people, but it's like this narrative of like, maybe it isn't all cops, but that's the naivety of thinking that it isn't all cops because again, you're participating in the system. So I guess that's why we have criticism for people in the way that they collab in institutions, because it's like, if you're part of the institution, what does that mean? But then that makes me question, like, why do we ever think a politician is going to be good either? And maybe that's just because I left political bubbles because I never found one that was like, again, like, I don't want to build a bridge with Nazis. I want to make it so no matter who you are in America, as an example, because that's where I'm from, you are housed and clothed and given resources. But I don't want to build a bridge with Nazi political parties. Like politics feels like a place you don't build bridges with bigots, but you clothe everybody, even the bigots, because they're not in positions of power. And if you empower them to be educated, then they'll probably be less bigoted. But you don't supply a bigoted politician with power and build a bridge with their community. You know what I mean? It just feels like a very weird thing that I don't understand why people are playing this game. And that's why people were mad at the Young Turks, because it feels like the Young Turks were like, progressives want this purity, political, like bridge building situation. But it's like, why am I building a bridge with predators? Why am I talking to predators, Taylor Lorenz? Like, why am I engaging with these people? It's the same way that like, if Trump asked you, can I be on the pod? It's like, no. Or Netanyahu asked you, can I be on the pod? No, because you're just going to use it to convince my viewers you're charming. It's not like you're going to let me go softball, or you're not going to let me go hardball on you either. And it's not like they don't pick and choose where they're going. So I don't know. It's just like this narrative of like, I understand that if you're in politics, you need to win. I understand that. But this is why I don't like politics. because it isn't about what's true or good for people. It's about winning. And I don't want to have to win by playing friends with Nazis or predators. But that seems to be what you have to do in politics. So then I question everybody in politics.
Urban white kids with way less emotional cultural outlets than previous generations had. The kids are being left with a post-authenticity world, and they're being handed red hats and edgelord starter pack personalities from internet algorithms instead of through authentic expression. If you want to understand how we ended up with a generation of young MAGA acolytes who treat grievance like it's a personality trait, we need to understand two things. One, how American youth identity was built and how the internet broke that. Teenagers are a relatively new concept. They didn't always exist. Being an adolescent has always existed as a biological stage of development, but the social concept of a teenager as a separate life phase from childhood and adulthood, one with its own clothes, music, and attitude, is a cultural creation that was brought on by industrialization, child labor laws, and standardized school attendance. The first use of the word teenagers was in the early 1900s, but it didn't become popularized until marketers and advertisers identified them as a market. And once capitalism knows you exist, it knows that money can be made off of you, and thus the teenager is born. The relationship between rebellion and subcultures. With new freedom, visibility, and disposable income, we now have the American teenagers who are no longer just workers in training. They were consumers, and consumers need culture. I buy, therefore I am. Teenage subcultures begin to fully emerge in the 1940s and 50s as expressions of identity and defiance. The Pachuco movement, birthed by Mexican-American kids, bebop and jazz scenes from black kids, later on became mods, punks, grunge kids, hip-hop heads of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
You're going to reduce us to a subculture and then not accurately name the subculture?
The scenes were defined by dress codes, slang, music, and politics, and were born out of very specific places: grimy venues, dance halls, record stores, basements, community centers, and garages. They were a safer place for kids who were discovering their identities, who wanted to be a part of something or wanted the solidarity of a common belief system and realized that they didn't or wouldn't fit into mainstream white America. So not only was the setting...
No, Chad said, I think, I don't know. I think having someone like Anna Kasparian on the show with all these conservatives could be beneficial. Habibi, please. Please, with peace and love. It's not. It's not. There's absolutely zero. Listen to me as somebody who has lived this experience, who has had this neurodivergent, very good faith, dream naive. It's a naive sentiment. It's a naive sentiment. She is not progressive. She is not going to do anything except uplift conservatives. They are absolutely using her to validate their stance. They're saying, see, we're not bigoted. Anna's in our community. Absolutely not. Like, it is such a naive, and I don't blame you, because like I've been there my whole life. My whole life, I just believed if we could build bridges with people, we'd get along. Remember when I was confused why Khadijah and Abba and Preach were fighting? I was like, I don't understand why you guys can't get along. It's because Khadijah's like, you're attacking me for no reason. And Abba and Preach are like, well, I'm misunderstanding Khadijah as a whole person, but maybe, and I kept thinking, well, maybe if I can get Abba and Preach to see how they're wrong about Khadijah, because I love Khadijah. And obviously, I used to like Abba and Preach a lot in the sense that I thought they were growing, right? I always knew that they were more right-wing or more conservative or more, anti-woman, because that's how they built their whole thing. But I really believe that if I could just like give them a fishing line. The problem is you can only reach out to people who are already interested. They weren't interested. That's the difference. They're not different. They're not interested. Anna Kasparian was already left adjacent and decided she wasn't interested in being further left, so she went more centrist. It's always, guys, liberal is just another word for conservative. This is why I'm critical of Hassan and all those other people, because like they will be conservative one day. In the same way Hassan told his audience, no way is Ethan going to be conservative one day. You have to keep deconstructing. It is not an end goal. It is a lifestyle. You have got to keep deconstructing. As the world moves more conservative, boom. More progressive, boom. The people who now look conservative will be called liberals. Like, this is why I say, like, these labels are constructs. The word even progressive is not going to be good enough probably one day. We'll probably have a new word, right? And so again, like, there's no ending. The whole point of life is not to end. The point of life is to grow and change. Well, maybe that's a construct. That's a subjective experience. You know what? You do what you want. But I think you should keep deconstructing.
Different, and by different, I mean not a screen.
I mean that not as a prescription, but encouragement if you would like to have a joyful life that's in sync with progressivism, not politically, but spiritually.
but they were shaped by material conditions, poverty, alienation, racism.
That's the routine check. You're always routine checking out. Do you check on the guy that have clubs over in Beverly Hills or Brentwood?
He's an excitable guy, officers. His mother really did give us the furniture, honest.
That's all we wanted to know. That's the trouble with you Pachuco kids. You've always got a chip on your shoulder.
Queerness, life in the suburbs, but they provided a way for young people to express their identity through music, dress, and the ideologies that held it all together. The Zoot Suit is actually a perfect example of this because it started out as a form of high-style rebellion. The long coats, the baggy pants, the gold chains. But for a lot of people, it symbolized a resistance to wartime assimilation, especially among Black, Mexican, and Filipino youth. But in 1943, this form of resistance was met with violence. You know, once the mainstream culture had their insecurities preyed upon and fed their very own 1940s form of rage bait, they went and decided that Zoot Suits were now going to be a sign of degeneracy, and they deemed them unpatriotic. So you have white U.S. servicemen who are angry about the suits, who've now been hyped up by racist press, attacking young men in the streets, ripping off their clothes, beating them, dragging them from bars, from theaters.
They're different. Why can't they be like you and me? They need to be like us. And therefore, we're going to force our identity onto their identity.
And all throughout history, this type of white suburbia insecurity is not an anomaly. It's not a one-off. It's been the masked Scooby-Doo villain behind some of the ugliest chapters in American history. Lynchings, Tulsa, Rosewood, Zoot Suit riots, Japanese internment camps. It doesn't matter because the insecurity doesn't change. It always shows up whenever mainstream whiteness feels threatened or feels panicked by confidence or culture or control from someone else.
And now hysteria too sweeps the United States. Make America safe for Americans. Why? Because there is a bloody revolution still raging in Russia, and a panicky fear of alien doctrines spreads throughout the land. All aliens are suspect, innocent and guilty alike. Raids, arrests, riots, civil liberties. So's your old man. The Republic is in danger, many seem to think. What to do? SOS.
This is not new. But what is new is the algorithm, which does not just reflect or mirror cultural trends. It twists them and it amplifies and it weaponizes them. The type of fear-mongering that used to take months or years to spread because it only had a set amount of channels, gossip, movies, propaganda pamphlets, that level of influence would take so much longer, but now it can happen in seconds. It takes one search, one click, one video for you to be neck deep in white grievance cosplay, in MAGA merch drops, in alpha male podcasts, where we have fully grown adults trauma dumping on kids about their failed relationships and barely coded supremacy. The rage that used to be isolated locally is now on a loop, and it escalates and it sells ad space, and it's scalable and it's monetizable, and probably more dangerous than all of that, it's profitable. You can fast forward to as early as 2014 and you already have journalists talking about the reality that subcultures were very quickly disappearing, and we had already started to see a shift towards curated aesthetics or cores, which is basically just a watered down, insincere version of those youth subcultures. It's a Polaroid. MySpace used to be a launchpad for scene bands and for local music discovery, and then that gave birth to TikTok, which is now a place where music is just basically background noise for going viral, or if you're already playing off a trend. It's not the main reason for gathering or building community. Yes, we may be communally joining on a trend.
Wait, somebody in chat said that the other day they missed like video launches. Like, I do remember putting on like VH1 or the Country Channel, or putting on like music videos in the background. Like, I would get so excited to watch like a music video for a song. It'd be such a big deal. Or Beyonce's visual album or something like that. Like, it's really exciting. But I guess I'm the only person that I watch their music videos when they come out now is Meg Thee Stallion. Yeah, I think that's, and maybe Cardi. I do tend to watch, I watch Meg and I watch Cardi, and I guess who else? Is that it? I think that might be it. Oh yeah, Fuse. I remember Fuse, exactly. Yeah, it's interesting.
Together. But it's still very much a silo for the most part. We experience so much less together because the audience is fragmented. If you're ever curious about what this looks like in the wild, a solid example of this like painfully surface level engagement, look no further than this Steve Lacy concert where he's asking his audience to sing the next lyrics of his hyper viral song, and they can't.
Yeah. Don't embarrass me. Y'all still in the first verse twice.
When I watch that video, I can't help but feel a sadness that we are overfed and at the very same time starving. The space that subcultures offered a lot of times was very messy, it was very problematic, but it gave a space to process so much of the human experience by allowing kids to scream and cry and feel with others. Think about all these specific ingredients that went into something like hip hop or emo being born. All of the human things that had to happen. But once social media started replacing in-person gathering spaces, the ability to discover and build culture organically, it's been replaced by your algorithmic exposure to what's already trending.
I wonder if that's why millennials, I don't know if you guys fall into this bubble, but I tend to just default to the music I grew up with, or I tend to default to the music I have a lot of nostalgia around. Like my partner and I listen to a lot of oldies. Yeah, like we just default to kind of like things we already have a connection to. I rarely listen to quote new music. Like I like Ashniko and I like, well, I guess Meg is new. I guess, wait, am I having a bubble pop? Maybe rap is the only genre that I update. Hold on, pause. Specifically female rappers. Yeah, because I don't really pay attention to the male rappers. I did not get on the Kendrick bandwagon. I did not get on the Drake bandwagon. I did not get on the white guy, he's also black guy. I did not get on the... Yeah, but I got on the Meg and the Cardi and the, maybe I just am a lesbian. Like, I don't know what's happening. Wait. I did like Billy for a while. That was fun, but then I got off Billy. And I did like, yeah, I liked Ashniko, but I'm not like obsessed. But like, it's cool. I don't know. That's interesting. To be fair, in my free time, I'm mostly right now re-listening to like musical music, which isn't even something I used to do necessarily in the typical sense, but maybe in the nostalgic sense, like Sound of Music or musicals, like in that sense. Wicked stuff, Disney ballads. I don't know. Interesting.
People have already deemed worthy of being listened to. What was at one point in time very different and very local and very rebellious has turned into a globally distributed aesthetic template that's optimized for the singular purpose of massive...
Oh yeah, Chet said you listen to Chloe Bailey's music. Yes, but do you know why I started listening to Chloe? Was obviously I knew them when they were kids online and that they got picked up by Beyonce, but I actually started listening to her album because TikTok said it was bad. And I was like, oh, is it bad though? And then I listened to it and I was like, I kind of like it though. I kind of like it. Yeah, that's why I started listening to it. But I wonder if I would have gotten to it on my own. But I think that album was really good. I think the song, like the main song, the na 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 na. I didn't like the music video. I don't like the toxic relationship music videos. I'm over it. But I liked the music, the way that it made me feel. I liked like how she went from like a sad song to a dance song to like a love song. Like her whole album is very all over the place, but I kind of liked it. But I think that's why people didn't like it, maybe. Like she doesn't have a sound that is recognized as her. But I think that it felt for me like she was finding herself by throwing everything at the album and like figuring herself out, which kind of made me like it, you know? Yeah. But she's so, she's such a distinct look and sound that I know a lot of people feel like she was supposed to be the next Beyonce and everything, but I feel like that's not fair to Chloe. I feel like she shouldn't have to be the next Beyonce. I feel like she should be herself, but that's so hard when everyone says you're supposed to be the next Beyonce. Like, how is she supposed to find herself if you already decided she's supposed to be the next Beyonce? You know what I mean? That's like a pretty intense, like, boot to fill. That's a pretty intense, like, you know what I mean? That's hard.
And going viral. Posers are a thing of the past because you can now get the aesthetics of the subculture without the communal lineage or the understanding of said subculture. And it's creating a fragmented and a lot of times contradictory identity.
Can we please leave politics out of metal?
Boo! This seems like a troll. This TikTok has got to be a troll.
Rock and grunge.
I love Nirvana. Name 3 Nirvana songs right now.
That's because emo at this point.
First of all, I can't name any songs. See, okay, here's the problem. So one part of my brain is like, we should all know things. And then another part of my brain is like, I will not be judged for not being able to name 3 songs. But also, it's not a brag that you can't name things. Like, it's not a brag that you can't name all the Kardashians. But also, it's not a judgment that you don't know the bubble. And there needs to be a line. There needs to be a line.
Just becomes eyeliner and thrifted studded belts when it's stripped of its Midwest working class roots. Grunge just becomes about bass guitars, flannel, and nihilism, but with no Nirvana, no heroin epidemic, no Gen X despair and rejection of Reagan-era conservatism.
Poison does though.
You know, the air in Utopia is poisoned. You know, the final joke. So
we're not all grooving on the same vibes anymore. Everybody's grooving on different vibes. Okay, vibes.
It's the white suburbia version of wanting the rhythm without the blues. Kyle Chaka writes about this evolution in Filter World, how we now live in a world where the content that we consume and the expressions that we mimic are shaped a lot less by community and watching.
Wait, Chet said the Nirvana shirt really lost its meaning. What do you mean? What was the meaning of the Nirvana shirt? Except I'm engaging in capitalism by buying the merch of a band I like to support their music. Was there a bigger message about Nirvana, who's a bunch of young people building music that made sense to them? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what? There was no deeper meaning. You're not cool because you listen to music. Like, you know what I mean? You're not cool because you've read bell hooks. You're not cool because you know poetry. You're just a person engaging in consumption, consumerism. Do you know what I mean? Is there a bigger message about the Nirvana shirt? Like, is there supposed to be a bigger message about merch? Like, you know, again, like, I understand that we all like form this idea that like, oh, our clothes signal something and they mean something, but like, does it? Chet says, I mean, people not even knowing what Nirvana is lost its meaning. Did it though? I would challenge that. Did it though? What meaning? Like, did it though? Like, do people need to only wear clothes they understand what it is? Isn't clothes just like a means of like dressing yourself for the day? Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people who buy like, you know, hand-me-down clothes or gifted clothes, like, I think it comes from like almost like a place of privilege too, that we can even buy clothes that are geared towards expressing ourselves versus clothes we just end up getting like, you know, given or whatever else, you know. Chaz says it was absorbed into general merch. Yeah, sometimes I feel like people don't understand like that's exactly how it works. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how things work. Like, I don't know. I think sometimes we put an emphasis on things that I'm not sure that it matters. You know what I mean? Chet says band shirts used to matter. Now they don't. Things like Led Zeppelin. Yeah. I guess, are you saying that as a matter of fact? Or are you saying that because you think you're putting a value difference on it? Because like we're talking about the moralization of the band shirt, right? So are you agreeing that it should be moralized and that people are bad if they wear a shirt that they don't listen to that band? You know? Chet says that's culture. When something hits mainstream, the general audience will engage without always knowing the bubble. Exactly. Right? Chet says I think people used to identify with bands more than now. Yeah, well, maybe that's definitely part of that celebrity worship, right? Right? Name 5 Nirvana songs right now. Yeah. Chet says, as a matter of fact, is a sign that these cultures have no meaning. Yeah, the meaning is a construct built off a collective. That's why it's not good or bad. It's like people saying words used to have meaning. Words still have meaning. They just don't have the same meaning they used to. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything is that. That's how everything works, you know?
People, and more so by software.
And it works that way because we work that way. We have to deconstruct for things to work differently. The question is, why should they work differently? Why should they work differently?
We're encoding. Side note, I do want to point out that this isn't new by any means. Subcultures being flattened isn't new to the digital era. I actually talk about this a lot in my Why Art No Longer Reflects Reality video, how a lot of the cultural events like white suburban insecurity, monetization, and mass media.
Wait, what's that video called? Why Art No Longer Reflects Reality.
Art No Longer Reflects Reality video, how a lot of the cultural events like white suburban insecurity, monetization, and mass media has basically trampled artistic rebellion all throughout the 20th century, which also I may need to update that video soon because I don't know if y'all have been noticing, but the art has been arting, okay? The art has been reflecting reality lately. The artists are arting again, which is a really big deal, and it's a sign that people are really beginning to understand that everything can't be palatable to the algorithm. Everything can't be marketable because you risk silencing yourself, you risk self-censorship, you risk selling your soul. But yeah, it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time, especially with the rise of AI.
I understand thousands of people are being replaced by these electronic brains.
But it is very real that the internet's global reach and speed has made that process that much more intense, and it's very quickly erasing alternative cultures and giving birth to a kind of algorithmic, mono-internet culture monster. Cultures change, that's always going to happen. When these subcultures fade, or they're stripped of meaning and nothing equally cathartic rises to replace them, we actually start seeing answers to the questions of what happens when there's no bands to start, when there's no basement shows to attend, when there's no radical zines to make. For a growing number of white kids, the outlet has become ideological. instead of expressive. The underlying suburban rage didn't just vanish, it just got rerouted. And instead of hearing cleaning out my closet, we are getting 4chan fed great replacement theory and, casual racism.
You're nothing but a slave.
Part 1. Eminem. Accidental class consciousness and licensed transgression. Eminem was one of the last huge mainstream figures who gave young white kids a glimpse of class consciousness without ever having to use those words. He gave them a way to feel seen and feel proud that wasn't built on the idea of supremacy.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring.
He embodied white poverty, dysfunction, addiction, and generational rage without hiding it behind white America respectability politics, and made it clear that a lot of white people are often also victims of white America. He said things to his audience to remind them that there was an inside club that they still were not a part of.
I'm a piece of the white trash, I'll say it proudly.
He called out the double standard of white outrage. He didn't use academic language. He didn't talk about whiteness as a power structure, but he showed it by being a white guy who knew two things: that there was a privilege he was aware of, where he knew his whiteness had worked to his benefit. He was aware of that. He didn't downplay that, while simultaneously holding the understanding that his version of whiteness still wasn't safe up against white America. So for, a blip in time, Eminem gave white working class young people a way to separate themselves from hegemonic whiteness, think default whiteness, and working class whiteness. The license for crudity. In the late 90s and early 2000s, crude language, swearing, over-the-top trolling, slurs, they were used, but they were used a lot less like a weapon and more like a cultural outlet. We were filled to the brim with shows and movies that are way more offensive than anything I've seen today. Things like Jackass, which celebrated an anti-authority chaos and total rejection of traditional masculinity and composure. A whole wave of media that leaned on offensive,ness, but it wasn't out of malice. It was more so out of absurdity. When you look back at things like The Dictator, even Team America, which takes shots at American exceptionalism and, the massively popular Fight Club. If any of those were made today, it probably would be called anti-American. It definitely would get heat from the right today. I'm willing to put money down. That's how far we have shifted.
Peaceful protests do not include blocking entrances, blocking highways, lobbing bricks, destroying property, setting fires.
Buildings are empty. Security maintenance, all our people. Not killing anyone, man. We're setting them free.
These things weren't a celebration of cruelty or bullying or anything like that. They were chaotic and juvenile, and a lot of times they were self-deprecating. The humor was gross. It was over the top, but it wasn't targeted. It wasn't about pushing an idea of dominance or superiority. More often than not, it was poking fun at power, at decorum, and authority figures. You have Eminem, who stood right in the middle of this balance. When he raps lines like,
It's a million of us just like me, just don't give up like me, just like me, walk, talk, and act like me.
That captures the exact dynamic. He gave white suburban kids permission to express frustration and alienation, but also forced them to look inward. His transgressions were licensed, not just because of his whiteness, but because they functioned within a cultural process.
Wait. Did M give people a way out? Because a lot of his music was about expressing the way he felt trapped in, but did he give himself a way out? And look, he's an autistic king, right? We have to be aware of that. On top of it, he's autistic, right? That changes the dynamic too of what he was experiencing, right? Chad said, is that true? As far as I know, he talked about it. I think that's how I understand it, is that M talked about it, his desire to read the dictionary, but also he said he would be on the spectrum if he had been diagnosed. But I don't know that he talks about it in a traditional sense, but I have seen clips of him talking about being on the spectrum, or at least I feel like I have seen those. Am I gaslighting myself? No, I'm pretty sure he's talked about this. Maybe I should make a video. I'll look it up. I'll confirm. Let me confirm, because I feel like I do know that. Let me Google while we listen to her. Either way, that's something to think about.
Crudeness, the idea of being crude or being offensive, it wasn't yet turned into an identity. It wasn't yet politicized. If anything, it was more of a release valve to rebel without, aligning with fascism, raging against the machine. I was watching Little Nicky.
I guess in his lyrics, he said, "You got puns, I got Asperger's." I'm not sure if it's a joke, but I think that's why people were speculating he has it in his lyrics. And so people are like, oh my God, M's autistic. That's why I thought he had said it, but maybe it was just in a lyric, which I don't know if that counts, right?
The other day, and it just made me like, oh, can you believe that we used to make fun of Hitler instead of gushing about being his biggest fan on Jubilee or something like that? Like, we actually used to make fun of Hitler. My, how far we have fallen. This doesn't mean that Eminem gets a free pass, by the way. Quite the opposite. He pissed off a lot of people on the left too at the time, and he was also seen as a serious threat. Politicians called him dangerous. Parents were
Yeah, it might not be. It's not a official diagnosis. I don't see one, but I always kind of viewed him as autistic, and I still do. But who knows? I mean, yeah. Discourse said, I mean, the man reads dictionaries. I used to read a dictionary as a kid. My partner asked me. He was like, my partner really likes maps. And they were like, do you know what this country is? And I was like, no. And they're like, do you know what this country is? I was like, no. And like, I don't know maps. I was like, I was the kid who read dictionaries. That's what I would do. My parents had the encyclopedia and the dictionary sets, and I would read dictionaries. That's what I like to do. I liked words, even though I can't fucking spell them. But I was not a map girly. I did not care about maps, but I really should start paying attention, you know? But yeah, I think, I don't know. I always think of M as autistic, but I guess he hasn't formally come out with it. So no diagnosing M, but.
boycotting his music. Congress brought his lyrics into hearings. Liz Cheney was on Eminem's bumper, on his bumper. But when you go back and you actually like.
The way people were so afraid of Eminem, which is interesting. Like, we should talk about that. When should we be afraid of people? You know, that's really the question, because the same way that conservatives are probably going to play like, oh, we're just like Eminem, we don't mean any of it. Yeah, but Eminem was still like in very toxic relationships, and I would argue was like pretty abusive to the people in his life. So he's not like without guilt. And I think that's the other thing is like, he did better in his life, but people hated him also because he went woke, even though it was obvious he was going to go in that direction, but maybe not, since Snoop Dogg apparently did some crypto show for Trump pre-election. But, you know, that's the difference between the, you know, the Ice Cubes and the Snoop Doggs and the M&Ms and the, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like this conversation about, you know, redemption, accountability, what direction you go into. But M has also been, I think, generally speaking, more embraced by Black communities because he doesn't over-talk Black communities. But conservative white people are always trying to make themselves out to be the biggest victims. They're always talking bad about Black communities. They're never going to be like anti the system if they don't understand the system is oppressing them. It's like BLM should have been an opportunity for white people to come out to talk about police reform, considering that their people are targeted by police as well. Police aren't just targeting Black communities. Your white sons are being targeted as well. And I don't know why you're not mad about it. And they're not mad about it because they don't want anything that associates them with Black struggle. Because they refuse to engage in a reality where they are suffering like Black people, because they believe Black people inherently deserve to suffer because they're inferior. And that's white supremacy.
Clock in and you pay attention to these things, you start to realize the outrage wasn't about the content itself. It was more about who was allowed to say what and what it meant when poor, angry white kids started identifying more with Eminem's reality of being white than with the mainstream respectable whiteness.
When did you start talking like Eminem?
Way before Eminem, you have artists like 2 Live Crew, NWA, you have Zapp and Roger. They had already been faced with censorship and criminalization for being too sexual, for being too explicit, for being too unapologetically not white America. But the difference was when non-white artists pushed boundaries, they were criminalized or actually censored. But when Eminem did it, he was debated because what he represented scared white America in a way that the Black artists probably never could. He was too close to home. White suburban parents are much less bothered by their child being a bully, by being racist, unprompted. That's a rite of passage for them for some weird reason that should probably be studied. I'm just going to say it. I feel like racism is a mental illness. But instead,
actually, there was a conversation we were talking about on the Discord once where like, is bigotry mental health? Obviously, I think it's connected to mental health. I really do. I think fear is something that needs to be deconstructed for sure. But it's one of those things where like bigotry, I do believe when you become more introspective and more healed, you become more kind. And so I do believe that, like, at least from my family structure, I know that a lot of people who, it's weird though, in my family structure, if somebody's molested by a man, a gay man to a boy, now it's gay people are predators. But when an older man marries a child girl in a child wedding, he's not a predator, it's just the culture. And you wonder why I have fucking issues. You know what I mean? No wonder I have some fucking problems. Imagine growing up in a bubble and in a culture where, like, you know what I mean? Like, both are predators, guys. Like, both are predators. But it's not because one's gay or straight. It's because they attacked a child. You know, I'm gonna sneeze.
They're actually much more worried about their children aligning with a different version of whiteness. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the differences of how crudity, being crude, being offensive was used then versus what it's morphed into now that we have the sociopathic ability to monetize rage in a way that wasn't available before. And if we keep on the same trend, it'll only get worse because what whiny comedians fail to understand is
Cancel culture. Hey, cancel culture. Oh, cancel culture. Cancel culture shit.
Is offensiveness without class consciousness and self-awareness has given birth to dopamine-addicted edgelords.
Do you think black people should be allowed to use the self-checkout section at the grocery store? What?
I'm going to rant for a second. I know that this is hard for a lot of people to believe, but I will let you in on a little secret. It's not that everyone is so offended by your black joke. It's that it wasn't funny. And it wasn't funny because you lack the creativity.
Oh my God, stop. Hold on. Oh my God. I love this. Wait, let me see if I can find you this clip. Oh, that was a pretty intense sneeze. Thank you for the blessings, guys. Speed and Mr. Beast. Speed and Mr. Beast. Speed's got to stop talking to Mr. Beast. I know when you're that famous and that big, it's a big deal, but hold on.
Hey, clear the way!
No, not this one. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Oh, we got a fat crowd at Walmart.
Yeah.
Let's check out. Let's check out.
Oh my gosh.
Check out.
Speed just skipped the line. Of course he did.
His word.
I mean, done.
There's this video where it isn't. This isn't the clip I want to show you. It's like, hold on. There's like this whole thing that Mr. Beast and Speed did.
They don't take.
When I say I pay attention to boy bubbles, I really shouldn't. So wait, Walmart doesn't take Apple Pay where they are.
We're live streaming.
But there's this like
Disclose it.
I can't disclose it.
This is Mr. Beast's candy bars.
For a second, we gotta fix her up.
Look, I want to believe Speed is better than Mr. Beast, but obviously not really. He's still contending with like super mass fame. But there's like a scene where Speed is about to go he's about to go check out at Walmart, and Mr. Beast is like, wait, you're gonna wait in line to get checked out? Obviously if Speed skips the line because, you know, but it's one of those things where I'm assuming people let him because he's a celebrity, but it's the fact that Mr. Beast was like, oh, I let my employees, right, like pay so I don't have to wait in line. And Speed felt he was out of touch, but then Speed skips the line and that's kind of out of touch. But then Speed is also like doing this stream where like he's with Tom Brady, which is so out of touch. But then it's like he's judging Mr. Beast for organizing his candy bars on a video, and then that feels out of touch. And it's just like sitting here as like two rich people trying to out of touch each other, right? But I think ultimately, like when you are that famous and that popular, there is a part of you that no matter how much you advocate for Palestine, which Speed does consistently, right? He's still a part of a bubble that's highly misogynistic, right? It's a very big football bubble. A lot of footballers are very pro-Palestine, but they're also deeply misogynistic. So it's kind of like this weird, like double-edged sword, right? Of like, I'm a fan because like, look at the way you stand up for Palestine. And Mr. Beast refuses to say free Palestine, right? But also look at the way you're engaging in capitalism in a way at the expense of other people. But also I like that Speed goes around countries and like gives people different ways to view. Like, it's like, there's just like this, you know what I mean? There's like this weirdness. And I think that's the problem when reviewing Eminem or any of these other people is like relating to people's content or liking parts of people's content has nothing to do with always the whole of a person's content. Because people used to say, why do you like Eminem? If he made fun of Meg Thee Stallion, he's a misogynist, he said anti-gay shit, and he did all these things. And it's like, you don't have to like Eminem the person to understand that as an artist, he created this thing here that I appreciate, or that I like that Speed goes and does these global tours and I really like that, or that he says free Palestine, but also I don't like this shit here. But also, I'm not sitting here saying everybody must listen to Eminem, or everybody must love Speed, or everybody must love these things. But I think there's like this disconnect that makes it really difficult because at the same time, you're relating to their art in a way that makes you feel a certain way. But like people also like, I think M is an example of somebody who really went through something in real time and documented it. And then as he was documenting it, it made him viral. And so there's also like an authenticity that is so real and vulnerable. Like you can't excuse it. Like you can't ignore it because it's so obviously real. P.S. Aiden Ross is being sued by Meg Thee Stallion.
Self-awareness and context.
snooze. Hold on.
Dude, what the fuck? All right, all right. Now I need to know what's actually happening. Dude, what the fuck?
Okay, so Aiden apparently
Free Tory is always free Tory.
he said free Tory Lanez, and he was like, "Fuck Meg Thee Stallion," blah blah blah. And now
I
Meg,
am not about none of this. Leave me the fuck out of there, yo.
Aiden in tears after apologizing to Meg Thee Stallion after finding out she's officially suing him for $50 million. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's 50 million.
Shit, bro. Please, bro. This is not my game. This is not what I do. I don't even know. Call me. I don't give a fuck, bro.
I wondered. Okay, so I had been suspicious of Aiden because I noticed that he kept saying, "Oh, I'm poor. I don't have any money. I'm actually out of money. Hey, can someone give me money?" And I was like, "Who's suing you and what's going on?" Because I wondered. I was like, is the IRS watching you? Why do you keep telling people you're poor? And then this came out and I was like, oh, is this why? Like, is he really being sued? You know, if this is happening in the way that the internet is saying it's happening, I wouldn't be that surprised if that's why he's been going on talking about, oh, he's poor. I'm poor. I don't have money. I don't have anything. But also, I thought that was pretty funny. Again, I'm not confirming it. I'm just saying I saw on the internet. Who knows? But I was gagging. But every time I see rich people go, I'm poor. I don't have money. I don't have money. I can't afford anything. I'm like, what's going on? Because you don't just get on stream and do that. It feels like you do the opposite. I'm rich. I have more money than you. Your mom sucked my dick last night. You know what I mean? So I thought it was pretty funny. Shout out to Meg.
Textual range for it to be actually funny. Okay. There, I said it. Okay. I said it.
I'm against cancel culture. Thank you. That's my impression of a shit comic trying to get on Rogan.
Supreme Leader, I took the liberty of hiring some extra security. This is Mr. Clayton.
Admiral General, I am here for your protection 24/7. But in the interest of full disclosure, I have to say, I hate Arabs.
Oh, well, that's fine because I'm not an Arab.
Well, you're all Arabs to me. The blacks, the Jews, those blue tree-hugging queers and Avatar. In fact, anyone from outside of America is technically an Arab.
Oh, be quiet. Why are you guys so anti-dictator? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have a rigged election. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
Despite the latest rebranding attempts, it's actually not edgy. It's not cool.
Oh, okay. So I just looked it up. Aiden is claiming they sent a mariachi band to hit. This is his words, not mine. A mariachi band to my house. They called a mariachi, like a Mexican band, to perform outside my house to make me want to come outside so they can serve me the paper. The 24-year-old continued, my lawyer is like, Aiden, tell them to contact me. So me and my lawyer are hopping on a call tomorrow to figure out what I'm going to do to do the deposition. Why can't I say words today? Or I'm going to have to ask to stream it. So apparently he's like, I can't stream anymore. I can't stream. I'm going to get in trouble if I stream. Guys, I can hear this word in my head. Why can't I say it? Deposition. Fuck. Is that cancer? Do I have Alzheimer's? Listen to me when I said this. Deposition. Deposition. Am I saying it right or do I just think it sounds stupid? I'm really concerned. Do I have Alzheimer's? Don't tell me this. Okay, listen. Okay, anyways. So yeah, that's why. Okay, so the story is allegedly true according to Aiden. That's what he gets for being free Tory Lanez, okay? Thank you, chat.
It's actually super cringe, especially without the relevant cultural context that made it funny in the past.
Marlon walks all of you? Yeah, but he's black. No, he's not. Oh, he's not? Oh, he's not? Have you seen his parents? Or what? Oh, yeah, I think he's just really bad. He mocks us too, wasn't he?
I have no way to get people to pay attention to me, so let me just pull out the trusty racist joke card. Like, what? It's gonna be me. Today, though, that license to transgress has shifted right along with the Overton window. So what used to be a messy, cathartic tool for rebellion, trolling, is now a coded gateway for radicalization. They made it gross. They made it so gross. Trolling used to be about testing boundaries, or in Eminem's case, making a statement against the established default, making white people sit in the discomfort of his white reality. Now it's about recruiting others into rigid, contradictory, hateful ideologies. The person that called something retarded or gay in the 90s wasn't doing it to assert themselves politically the way that a person might be today. It was just a thing that you said. When we learned that it wasn't nice, we chilled out. That's it. That's it. The key difference is that then crudeness and offensiveness were used to process discomfort with society, and now it's being used to project that discomfort onto scapegoats. Part 2, the privilege paradox, then versus now. Early 2000s, uneasy understanding. At the risk of sounding nostalgic, there was a brief and strange time in the mid to late 90s and early 2000s where it seemed like white America was more willing to acknowledge that they knew what was up, or at least that they had an understanding of privilege and power, even if they didn't yet have like the readily available vocabulary, PC language for it just yet. Disclaimer, this is not to say that the world was kumbaya and all the isms were solved. Not even close, okay? Ist and ick things still happen. But in terms of the conversations being had, all you have to do is look at the media and pop culture from the time. They're like
Did you guys watch this on the Disney Channel? Yo. I watched this movie so much as a kid.
Time capsule to see that those conversations were very similar, but somehow different in terms of receptiveness in a lot of cases.
Remember the days when couples fought because the husband didn't want his wife to work, but she wanted her own career? Well, surprise, surprise. Today, there is a new argument brewing. More and more women...
Chad said, what is this movie? Wait, look. This is The Color of Friendship.
Those conversations were very similar, but somehow different in terms of receptiveness in a lot of cases.
Hold on, looking for the picture. Oh, where's the picture? I want to show you. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can show you, because like you might get like a remember ball kind of energy. Neville, shout out to Neville. Oh my God, this movie, there was an infamous, do you guys remember that airport scene? Oh my God.
But are they first day of school shoes or what do you think? They're nice.
Okay, hold on. This movie, okay, basically, oh, here's the original promo.
Mari wanted to see
Oh my God, I'm stoked. Let's see if I can play this on stream.
America. Piper wanted to host an African exchange. Mari wanted to see America. Piper wanted to host an African exchange student.
But she's white.
This is a white South African girl. She's been dropped into a house of blacks.
And against the odds, they formed a friendship. Until prejudice threatened to tear them apart.
Now pack your things.
She's gone, Daddy. They took her.
Celebrate two girls' strength and courage as they discover The Color of Friendship, a Disney Channel original movie.
Okay, so basically the family is like a political high-end family, and they're doing that from my memory, at least. It's been like 20 years since I saw it. And they go to the airport to pick up this African girl, and they're looking for this African girl, and all these black girls come through the line, and they're like, oh, it's you. And then like all these, people with like African clothing come through, and they're like, oh, it's you. And then finally they're like, where is our girl? And then it's a white girl, and they're like, wait, what? And then do you guys remember the scene, right? This is from this movie. Do you remember the scene where they're driving down the road and a guy stops and he starts wiping their windshield to clean it, and the mom gives him a tip, and the white girl's like horrified and she doesn't know what to do with it? Anyways, yeah, the whole The Color of Friendship. Even that title's so funny to me. The Color of Friendship. Anyways, throwback.
Conversations were very similar, but somehow different in terms of receptiveness in a lot of cases.
Remember the days when couples fought because the husband didn't want his wife to work, but she wanted her own career? Well, surprise, surprise. Today, there is a new argument brewing. More and more women are saying that it's too much, that they're not super women after all, and that they want to stay at home, or husbands want their wives earning paychecks.
You probably felt this before if you've ever looked.
Actually, they say that conservative men today want their women to be submissive, but also want them to pay 50% of the bills. And I find that interesting. So is it like see how it all goes in cycles? Now it feels like the stay-at-home moms, a lot of these girls on the internet who are doing trad wife content are also bringing in 50%, if not more, of the income. So it's kind of interesting.
Back and watch something that was made in like the 80s or the 90s or early 2000s, and you're like, wow, that cast was so diverse. What happened? Even extremely popular movies.
Yeah, great point. It makes me think of how the main character in Mean Girls is a white South African.
From just a few years earlier, like Trading Places.
Wasn't she like Eliza Thornberry? Weren't her parents like animal people or something, and she traveled a lot? Or was she actually from South Africa? I couldn't remember.
Starring Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, showed us that you could be crude and socially conscious at the same time, and it's not something to reject outright.
You lost everything overnight like your character in the film. What would you do? I still have my Ontario.
Whoa, he's so young in this little clip. Chad said, why did somebody start wiping their window, and why is the white South African girl aghast? So basically, it was meant to depict how people on the streets who are not licensed workers make money by like wiping down your windshield as you're stopping at like a stoplight or a crosswalk, and then you give them a tip for it. And it's basically like, she was shocked because it was kind of like a homeless person, or the depiction of like a less like an unhoused person kind of cleaning the windshield, but it was so random, and it kind of felt like, I don't know, off to her. It was supposed to show how America was so scary and different compared to Africa, and how like the customs were different, and how she wasn't sure, you know, they were trying to make her like, oh, I'm scared of America. I'm scared of like the culture shock.
Cartage license, so I'll always be able to drive truck. I know how to run a bulldozer. You know, I'll always get by. See, but my character, he was brought up with money and wealth, and the feeling that he was genetically superior and socially superior. And when he loses everything, of course, he has nothing to fall back on but the good graces of Ophelia, played by Jamie Lee Curtis. So I don't have any such person. I would have to fall back on my own talents as a manual laborer and blue-collar worker, I think.
For the peeps who haven't seen Trading Places, it's basically like a white, wealthy finance bro and a homeless black con man are the subjects of a bet, and the bet is to test how each of the men will turn out when their life circumstances are swapped with each other. They don't know that they're in the bet, but someone else is betting on them and like screwing up one's life and elevating the other. And it's just a very interesting conversation that's being had without all of the fanfare of it being like woke. Or when you watch something like Face Off today and you see that there's like a black woman police department head, you realize that both of those would probably immediately be labeled woke, even though it's just normal representation. And I feel that because white people were understanding that there was a bigger picture that they fit into, whether they wanted to acknowledge it or not. At the very least, I feel like it wasn't an outright denial of reality. Okay, so we're at...
Yeah, that's actually, hold on. Thinking about my conservative parents, something happened. Something shifted where like before, when we could openly talk about like racial discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, like my parents weren't always this way. Like they have gotten more closed-minded as they've aged, which is typical. And this is why I warn you, do not think because you were progressive one year, you will be progressive always. You must remain deconstructed. And I really feel like something happened where they just became so much more closed-minded. Like they stopped watching movies. They literally will not watch movies. Like they will watch only movies they've seen. They will not even watch old movies, like movies from the 80s and 90s. They're like, oh, look at the propaganda. And I'm like, what happened to you? What happened? What is going on? You know, Chet says, was it Obama? No, I think it was Trump. I don't. Okay, let me think. During Obama, to be fair, I wasn't talking to my parents a lot during the Obama years. Like I was kind of like doing my own thing. But yeah, I was kind of estranged from my parents during the second administration of Obama. But the first one, I don't remember them being this way. No, because during the first Obama, well, I don't know what they were doing the second Obama, but the first Obama, it was very, I don't remember it, but something about 2016, something about moving in, maybe 2010, maybe it was at the tail end of Obama, moving into Trump. Something just happened, bro. They couldn't enjoy anything. They couldn't watch Disney movies. They couldn't enjoy anything. They just became so negative about everything, like, and everything was an agenda and everything was woke. And look, they have always been people who called out stuff in movies, but like something happened. And it's just like, they can't enjoy, I'll say, mom and dad, if you can't watch anything new, because, you know, there's too much nudity or something, why don't you watch old movies? And they're like, oh, those movies, now I can see the messaging. And I'm like, the messaging was like, don't be racist. Or like, you know what I mean? Or the messaging was like, maybe capitalism sucks. Like, okay, you know what movie they complain about now, which is so funny? We used to watch the movie Hook so much as kids. I love the movie Hook with Robin Williams. Now, my parents can't watch that movie without saying, why are dads always targeted? Why are they painting this dad as the bad guy? Because he literally is. He's neglectful. He doesn't see his kids grow up. He's not there for his kids, which is so ironic because my dad, he always made sure Saturdays and Sundays were for the kids, or at least Sundays, full Sundays. You know, sometimes he'd work partially on Saturdays. Like, he would literally always be consistently home at night. My dad was nothing like this character. Why are you identifying with him? And that's the dilemma I see even in white men in general. Like, sometimes they will identify with the worst kind of white man. And I'm like, what does he have to do with you? What does this man have to do with you? Why are you, it's like, oh, because he's a man. Oh, because he's this. Or because it's just like, just enjoy the movie, but they can't. And because they don't like the message. But the message is the right message. You don't want a dad like Robin Williams in the film. He's a bad dad. But isn't it, I just find that so fast. Like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened to everybody's brains, dude, that you can't enjoy the movie Hook? It's crazy. That movie's so good. What?
More of an uneasy recognition. I also have a theory that this is a huge part of the reason why millennials are so delusional. As somebody who grew up, half analog, half
Actually, that's what happened. Chet says, our movie's only supposed to represent good people. No, it's like, it's more like, and look, I get it. I remember when Avatar came out, the blue people one, they were like, why is the military always bad? And I was like, because it is. Or like when the samurai movie came out with Tom Cruise and he joins the other side, the samurai side. And they're like, what is this? And I'm like, at the end of the day, Republicans are colonizers. Like they love the white man's story, right? We grew up watching all these cowboy films and it was always the white guy is the savior and the natives are like the savages who like kidnap ladies. Like ultimately, that is the indoctrination of immigrants who come to America and sign up to want to be the good guy. Because look, if you come to America and the good guy is this person, then you're going to identify with this person. And that's the problem with indoctrination from the immigrant standpoint is like, this is why you have two kinds of immigrants. The immigrants that, come here and in hopes for something better, but they want to also reform the system. And the immigrants who come here for something better and they decide that it is literally better because now at least they're on the winning side. And it's like, no. You know what I mean? Like, no. And that's what happened to my parents is like, they just fully went into America's the good guy. The white guy's the good guy. The military's the good guy. The cops are the good guys. But that's not who they were their whole life. Exactly. They were sort of that, but like light. It's just got worse and worse and worse over time to the point where they won't have a conversation. That's the difference. Is like, at least before we talked about it, but now it's like, Trump can't do anything wrong well, even when they say Trump isn't perfect or I have problems with Trump, it's not enough. It's not like my parents have ever said to me, Trump isn't a bad person. It's like my dad hated Trump my whole life. My whole life, my dad hated Trump. Now he's like, well, it's the better of two evils. Is it though? Is it though? And so it's not like my parents have ever said to me that Trump is perfect or Trump is a good person. It's more like, well, he's a bad person, but it's better than this one, whatever. It's like, is it though? And why do you think that? And then this is what they always do, aborted babies. And I'm like, really? I have those parents. My parents are like, well, abortion. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Chat says, before, were they willing to call out their own party? Oh, my parents left the Republican Party. Like, my parents have been anti-Republican for like 15 years. Like, my parents openly say, we are not Republicans. We're conservatives. They're those people. They're like, fuck the Republicans. Fuck George Bush. You know what I mean? My parents are like, we're not Republicans. We're conservatives. Even though they've never been a Democrat, they'll never be, like, maybe they'd be an independent, but they're not even that. Because, you don't get to vote in the same way. So, like, my parents haven't been Republicans in years, but they're still registered Republicans. That's why, have you noticed that I always say my parents are conservatives? My parents are conservatives. The Republicans are less extreme than the conservatives. My parents are more on the extreme side, even though they think they're not. Because regular Republicans are like, they think Trump's kind of crazy, but they're also like still playing with him. That's the difference. A regular Republican shouldn't be voting for Trump. So if you're conservative, you're like a one-issue voter, or like you're like a little bit more extreme, but you think you're the radical. Oh, this is exactly what Deja's saying. They think they are the rebels of the Republicans. The conservatives who are like, I'm a conservative, I'm not a Republican. They think they're saying, fuck you to the man. That's how my parents see themselves. They see themselves as alternative. Crazy. But there you go,
digital, half low income, half suburbia. It's not really hard to see, at least from like a media and cultural perspective, that millennials did have reason to believe and to imagine a future that looked different. Information that we were being pumped full of had us real delusional about the future, okay? We were real hopeful, tragically optimistic. I feel like millennials are the
Captain Planet and Fern Gully, my mom always called propaganda.
The tragically optimistic generation.
Chat said, so the alt-right, or is that different? No, that's different. That's a different bubble, but they can have overlap. Okay, let's talk about bubbles. So there's the alt-right, there's the conservatives, and there's the Republicans. There's the centrists. Here's the liberals. Here's the progressives. Okay, so you have the alt-right, you have conservatives, you have Republicans, you have centrists, liberals, progressives. Okay? And so they are closer to alt-right, even if they don't understand it, than they are to Republicans. And Republicans are closer to centrists, centrists closer to liberals closer to progressives. See how far we are from each other here? See how far I am from my parents? There's such a dip. You know what I mean? So this is kind of, quote, normal, averagey people. This is the goal, okay? This is the largest, loudest voice, in a sense, although I think these are the loudest voices, probably, in a sense. And then these people are fighting amongst each other, and somehow these ones are winning out, which is because these guys are pussies, bro. And then these people are fucking useless because they basically fuel them. Stupid. And then, oops. And then the progressives are like, hey, are you guys going to fucking get your shit together? And everyone's like, nah. And then these losers over here, these fucking liberals are like, well, maybe we could just build a bridge. Maybe we could build a bridge. Maybe you can be the fucking bottom in this Eiffel Tower you're building, you bitch. You know what I mean? Like, no, stupid. Anyways, so like they are closer to alt-right. The moment you say back the blue, you are automatically closer to alt-right than you probably feel comfortable being, but yet here you are. Okay, like back the blue is right here. I'm sorry, like period. Okay, here is where people say like, not all cops are bad though. Cops are just people. That's Republicans and centrists. Liberals are like, well, we need police because how will we have structure? And progressives are like, fuck the police. Okay, thank you. So there's like this. That's the problem when you talk to people and you're like, hey, you are way too close to the alt-right. You got to figure it out. And they're like, no. You know what I mean? Okay. Where do you put libertarians? Okay, first of all, who? Okay. Libertarians are, that's a great question. Libertarians are right here. They're like Republican, centrist, liberals. They're right. They touch all three bubbles. They're the only bubble that touches all three bubbles. You know? Idiots. I'm sorry. Uninformed. Uneducated. Okay? They're always voting fucking Republican at the end of the day. That was a good chart. I should have saved it, but I just closed it. I should have saved it. Okay, guys, let me pee really fast because I drank all that coffee. Let me take a 2-second break. I'll be right back. And then we can keep talking about it, okay? Or whatever else. I'll be right back. All right. You know, and I just want to say something really fast before we finish out this video. You know what kills me is like how ignorance, like Deja said, racism is a mental illness. I think like ignorance is a part of that, because like even if you watch my latest podcast on BPD, like my ignorance made me more mentally ill, right? Like my ignorance about being in a toxic relationship, about the fact that my values, like I didn't know my values, right? Like it kept me sicker. When you educate yourself, you have more tools to heal yourself. So like sometimes when I look at my parents, and the reason I have so much empathy for them is because they are like uneducated, but they're not stupid. And I know this hurts people's feelings. Like my dad is so successful. My mother is so smart, but they purposely do not watch documentaries, do not read books. They only watch Republican or conservative or right-winged or, you know, a Catholic content. Like at some point, your ignorance is no longer an excuse for the harm that you cause. And I just, you know, in some ways I can have a lot of empathy for the fact that he literally, when one time my dad showed up and I was like, hey, you can't have that on your car. And it was like back the blue or whatever. And I was like, you have always been anti-police. Why the fuck is that on your car? I don't say what the fuck to my dad, by the way. That's disrespectful. I said, hey, this is how I really talk to my dad. Hi, Dad. I noticed that you have back the blue on your car. And he goes, yes. And I go, I make faces at my dad like, and then he goes, Betty. And I was like, listen, I love you. And I just feel like you have told me my whole life, you're sick of being pulled over. You don't like being discriminated against. You're so annoyed at traffic cops. Why do you have that sticker? And he'll say like, well, I think it's wrong that people are attacking police officers. And I was like, well, I think it's wrong that police officers use their power to attack people. And he goes, yeah, well, maybe if you acted correctly around a police officer, you know, you wouldn't. But I was like, yes, but you know that's not true, because how many times have you been pulled over by police officers who are hiding in bushes to trap you into a ticket? And how pissed are you every time that happens? And he was just like, there's a disconnect. There's like a disconnect between like, you're complaining about police taking advantage of their position and you backing the blue. And I want you to think about that. Betsy, look, do you think I'm stupid? No, I don't think you're stupid, which is why I'm concerned that you have this sticker in the back of your truck. And then he goes, well, you know, I think ultimately, like, you know, you've been brainwashed by the liberal media. Okay, well, you see how it goes in cycles? It's like, you can't get people to see, because they'll get defensive and that will stop them from listening. But they aren't consistent with their own thought system. If we hate the system and we think it oppresses people, why are we backing the system? And it's because they don't know anything about progressivism, except that you're like a blue-haired lesbian with a nose ring, God forbid, the scariest thing they could think of. That's like the scariest thing they could think of, right? And I'm like, well, why is that scary? It's because they don't identify with it. No one they know it looks like that. You know, I'm the closest thing they ever knew. I think I'm the only person in my family, other than some of my cousins, to be fair, they were gay, or at least gay adjacent, who had nose piercings and blue hair. So they had nobody in the family they respected who also had blue hair and a nose piercing. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Chet said, are they projecting? They're afraid to be fooled? Yes. Yes. Yes, that's why so many conservatives become conspiracy theorists. They're terrified of being manipulated or tricked. So instead of just doing the research and being educated, they just decide to double down on the least amount of information and come to the worst conclusions. Right? Right? Chat says, what issues are your parents more conservative on than Republicans? I mean, I don't think MAGA is Republicans, right? Like, Republicans suck either way. I just want to make this abundantly clear. Fuck the Republicans. Fuck their policy. Fuck everything about them. Republicans are willing to work with Democrats a little better than MAGA people who are not making any sort of budge, right? So I do think, like, the problem with my parents is they're MAGA, right? The problem with my parents is they are, like, make America great again, versus just saying I'm a Republican who, like, votes for my Republican candidate. They're not Republicans voting for Republicans. You know what I mean? Chad says, is your dad white passing, or has he been racially profiled before? I don't know if my dad's ever been racially profiled. My parents are very white passing. Well, actually, that's not the right way to use that word. They are often mistaken for Caucasian because they are Caucasian, but they're not often mistaken for European white or anything. People usually ask them where they're from, but people are more conservatives like them because they're tokens, where they're like, oh, we're like the cool white, you know, Assyrians. We're like the Assyrians that love America. They're like the cool people who make dolma for the get together. Do you know what I'm saying? So like my parents don't get clocked as brown. My parents get clocked as not European because they have accents and everything. People go, oh, where are you from? You have an accent. And they I mean, sometimes people think we're Jewish. Obviously we're Semites. So there's something there. Like we're all, you know, but I think that's the problem is like they are in a position of privilege in a sense. And then they tokenize themselves. And then they like to brag that like, oh, we're from Iraq. And like, we love America. You know what I mean? So they play into that. They're that immigrant stereotype. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we watch a lot of videos about Palestinians. A lot of my family looks like that. A lot of my cousins. I think that's probably why when I watch the videos of Palestinians, I cry a lot more because like they look like so many of my nieces and nephews. You know what I mean? Like they look like so much of the people in my family that I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like it's like just seeing it's like seeing a cousin and you're like, fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Chet says, do your parents exoticize themselves? I think they like being cool. And I think before 9/11, it was really cool that they were from Iraq and that we were Catholic with 10 kids. And, you know, people love that we weren't Muslim, to be honest, because Islamophobia is crazy in the United States. So my parents love that too. My parents love they were from Iraq and Christian because Republicans love the Christian Iraqis. They love them because those people are often Republican or vote conservative, even though a lot of my family is Democrat. So I think my parents liked being cool. And so they liked, like they could speak different languages and they could sing and they could write in their languages and they could teach people how to dance. Like they had something to give people, food and music, that made them feel welcomed. And then white people loved it because it's like, oh, I'm touching culture. You know what I mean? It's like the white people loved, like it made them cool. And that's fine. Like that's fine that like you feel cool. I wish it had been done in a way that didn't have to come at the expense of your former place, you know? Right? Just that I'm still shook you're not allowed to wear leggings at home. I haven't forgotten that. I mean, I don't know why. Look, I mean, Muslims literally wear burqas and hijabs. I don't know why people are shocked that Catholics aren't going to let you wear leggings. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, Abrahamic religions are weird. Jewish ladies wear wigs because their hair is meant to be only seen by their husbands. Guys, patriarchal religions are fucking weird. Patriarchal religions are weird. Catholics are not exempt from this. Your once a year Catholic friends are not Catholic. Okay, your Muslim friends who are drinking alcohol never go to fucking mosque are not Muslim. You know what I mean? The ones who are actually going to church and temple every fucking week, they practice really fucking weird conservative things. Okay? It's like really fucking weird. Chet says leggings are just felt so surprising. Guys, have you never worn leggings and your fucking like fupas out and your fucking little moose knuckles out? Now imagine you're in front of your dad with a moose knuckle. Yeah, they're not going to be happy. And I don't know about you, but my leggings right up in the back, girl. It like hugs my ass. I might as well be naked. And do I care? No, but my parents sure do. Do you know what I mean? The point is like, yeah, leggings feel like they leave nothing to the imagination, but also who fucking cares? Do you know what I'm saying? That's their thinking though. Their thinking is like, girl, I can see your lips outlined. And I'm like, okay, well, stop looking. Just kidding. I think that's weird. But like people really do that. People really be out here with their lips fully in, like, girl, I can see your lips through those leggings, girl. Pull it down. Anyways, I see it on TikTok, by the way, all the time. Girls are always in their leggings. And I'm like, girl, no judgment. Love leggings, you know? Chat says, I think that happens even when your parents aren't super religious. My parents aren't religious, but would police what I wear because they wanted me to be presentable and groomed per their bubble. Through a modesty lens or through a hygienic lens? Because there is definitely like a waspy, non-religious, though comes from Protestantism, showing up appropriately, you know? Yeah, it's just like all of this to say, when Wait, Chad said couldn't fathom how Assyrian or Armenian refugees could ever be fascist, but then I was reminded about Islamophobia and went, okay, I get it now. Yeah. That's what, because you remember, like, to my parents, Muslims hate them. And to maybe the people that are around, like, there's a racism to it. There's a Islamophobia to it. There's a, we are the minority. Anytime you're the minority, you're going to point to the majority and think they're evil. But the dilemma is, like, sometimes systematically they are, and sometimes, like, it doesn't justify your Islamophobia. Like, even though my parents were the minority, it doesn't mean that it justifies their Islamophobia, especially not when they literally are just the other side of Islam, which is Christianity. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you mad about wearing hijab for? My mom would literally say, I think it's horrible that women have to wear hijab. And I was like, don't nuns literally wear habits? And she'd be like, yeah, but they're not forced to. Women in Islam are not forced to wear hijab. They're not any more forced to wear hijab as I was not allowed to wear skirts or shorts above the knee. I am 36 years old and I cannot wear shorts above the knee to your house. That is forced. You're lucky I comply with your stupid rules. That's how it is in Islam. It's culturally reinforced. Like, they don't get it, though. They literally refuse to get it. They're so funny. Anyways, okay, let's finish out this video. Let's do this.
Truly. Side note, as I spend more time in activism spaces, I consistently meet well-meaning white people who will ask me what they can do to be a good ally. They always ask me a variation of that question. And it always makes me a little bit sad for them because I realize that in that moment, they don't realize that their own culture has been erased and minimized in favor of upholding the perfect ideology of white America. So much so that they think that being an ally is a new and bold position instead of like a very real active reality of many white Americans who have never fit into the default or just were not okay with the things that they were seeing or how they saw other people being treated. It's as though a lot of white people don't realize that they don't need to ask minorities how to be good allies. They should be able to look within their own community.
Yeah, that's just like a crazy question too. Like, hey, as a white person, how can I be a better ally? I don't know. I just hate that question. It feels like it's not a bad question, but it means like you are starting from such an ignorant place. It's the same thing like, hey, how can I be a good ally to trans or gay people? It's like, I would have Googled before I ever asked this question out loud. Oh, by the way, is nobody Googling? I am starting to have a realization that nobody Googles. And I am shocked at all of you. Not you guys, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, did you not think to Google this? Do you know what I mean? Like, did you not think to research this for 10 hours just to see? You know? It's like Google, bro. Google. Yo, you can learn so much and just start researching, just start consuming. You know what it is? People just like want the one video or the one sentence or like, hey, can you just like link me the article? No. You have to like do the research. Chat says they asked ChatGPT. Yeah, well, that's a part of the problem too. Is like, they don't even know that ChatGPT also needs to be checked for its resources. I can't tell you how many times I've asked ChatGPT for something and I'm like, this is wrong. You are wrong. They think they literally don't understand. Like, not that Google gives you the best sources all the time. You have to research. You have to read more than one article. Anyways.
There have always been white allies in existence who have been good allies. In fact, some white allies ended up paying the ultimate price for their allyship. But the actual reason that they don't know about them is because, like the histories of so many marginalized groups, their history has been erased to maintain the appearance of white unification and narrative control. It's happening to you too. Viola Liuzzo was a young white mom of 5, also from Detroit, Michigan, who was murdered by 4 KKK members solely for her role in driving black people to vote in the Selma marches. Vernon Dahmer was a wealthy businessman. So clock that, okay? You have someone outside of the working class. So we got some cross-class solidarity happening here. He was killed when his house was firebombed the night after he dared to offer to pay the poll taxes for the black people who couldn't afford the fee required to vote, which honestly goes to show how even being a white woman or that even having money won't save you when you are on the wrong side of white America. When you take a step back and you look at people like Brian Deneke, who was a punk in Texas who was killed when he was purposefully run over by a football jock and his gang, and the jocks had been targeting the punks for simply looking different. You start to realize that, oh, okay, it's not harmless kids taking things too far. Brian Deneke should instead be seen as yet another victim of white America's intolerance. And by try that, we mean exist. just exists differently. The kid who killed Brian Deneke was sentenced to probation despite eyewitness testimony of his purposeful intent to kill Deneke, because even though they were both white, the punk's life was seen as less valuable than the rising Christian football star's life. All of these people represent countless white people who stood apart from the dominant culture and paid the ultimate price. Contrary to popular belief.
By the way, that's why I think you should be a Taylor Swift hater. Because she, in her marriage announcement, said, oh, like she finally got the football player. Because when I think about star football players who are white, I do not have a good association. Okay? I do not have a good association. But what about his future, though? And I just think that's interesting.
Police also kill and deploy brutality on white citizens, but you would not know that. And it's not because the media doesn't care about white people. Okay, they very much do. It's not a lack of coverage that is doing it. The lack of coverage happens because white America is excommunicating those people. The same way it excommunicates anything outside of the stereotypical, the same way that it marks any brutality those white people faced at the hands of their public servants as deserved, instead of a wider issue that could actually be solved for. Their deaths should be a reminder of how white America punishes its own when they step out of line, as a living, breathing structure that disciplines whoever rejects its norms and stands against the mainstream. 2020.
Hey, don't defend Taylor Swift in my comments, guys. Chad says she didn't say that, question mark? Okay, bro, that was the marketing. Don't let this white rich billionaire get away with nothing. Okay? Stop it. Eat the rich, bitch. Eat the rich with ice cream on the side, vegan, okay? Eat the motherfucking rich. I don't want to hear Taylor Swift defense anywhere in this chat. Thank you. Peace and love.
Active denial, the kids are alt-right. And the 2020s have been marked by active denial. The shift we see today represents a massive cultural departure, where earlier artists like Eminem acknowledged their privilege and at the same time called out their exclusion from a...
Chad says she did not say that. She said your English teacher and your gym teacher. Whatever, bro. Is your gym teacher your former football coach? It's the same fucking shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's the same fucking shit in terms of the marketing. It's the same fucking shit, guys. That's like what the idea is. You know, yeah, and she did say she always dreams about dating a football player. And then this football player said she really likes Taylor Swift. Again, it doesn't matter. The point is she's appealing to white America, that standard white American dream. That's the point. Like, defending Taylor Swift is not reasonable. Okay, that's the point. She just like literally is only here to collect your dollar bills, guys.
Elite circles, today's white people.
She does not care about you.
Will go out of their way to convince you that everyone has the same experience. There's no such thing as white privilege has become a rallying cry, a complete reversal from where we were. Right-wing media, YouTube rabbit holes, and grievance-driven political narratives have been spoon-fed to an entire generation since birth. At certain times throughout history, white rebellion often meant punching up, okay, at systems, at parents, at politicians, at greedy billionaires, at unfair employers.
The labor movement introduces a new form of strategy. Industrial plants build up arsenals of gas bombs, machine guns, and rifles.
Groups of men. Men, am I right?
Today, rebellion has just started to mean casual punching down.
It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
The awareness gap is so much wider. Where Eminem's generation had a much more intuitive grasp of systemic advantage, the current generation's dominant reaction is defensiveness. And they're being gassed up by media ecosystems that will frame any attempt at reflection as weakness or woke indoctrination. Chat, is empathy woke? Is empathy woke now? The challenge comes in because we're not just dealing with ignorance at that point, we're dealing with cultural amnesia. Way too short of a time ago, even mainstream music, movies, even on Oprah.
He's not working. If she dies now,
That's generalization.
No, chat. Sorry, I'm gonna call you guys out. It's a very I'm gonna tell you why this is a centrist take. You said not a Taylor fan, but just didn't want a good point to be dismissed because of a misquote. And then you said somebody else said, yeah, I feel you. We gotta come correct, even if I don't like someone. No. This is the bullshit. Guys, you don't have to be perfectly correct to understand the undertones of the dog whistle. That's the point. You do not have to be correct, because the point is, and what filtered in through our brains is the undertones of the message. The message is not a wholesome, your gym teacher. The message is the football player who retired into gym teacher, your English teacher, we're just sweet, innocent educators who got together and that's what the classroom wants. You are the students. They are the leaders. You're the students. The idea that she's pushing with her proposal and the way that it's gone, like everything around her being like the girl who got the football player. Everyone is referencing that song where she's in her bedroom dancing and she wants to be with the hot guy, the jock. And all her fans are like, she finally got the jock. She got the football player. She is sending us a message that the fans have processed as the dream is to go from the nerdy, wholesome girl to dating the jock, because that's how you know you're worth something. Okay? So don't get trapped in this whole we have to be accurate even if we hate somebody. I am being accurate. I am being accurate because I know a marketing campaign when I fucking see one. Okay? When I fucking see one, I know what it is. And that's what it is. That is the marketing. That is the wholesome American story. And you know what I'm saying? And that's what they're trying to get you to, that's what I want you to understand about Taylor Swift and her branding. Okay? She only cares about white America, white fantasy, white family. This is a white family story. And she's eating up her billions of dollars. Okay? Chad says, I'm confused. What's she marketing for? I think I missed that part. Girl. We got to use Google, guys. You got to use Google. Okay? You got to, you know what I mean? I can't actually, okay, I'm working on a Taylor video. Well, I don't know if it will ever happen, but I've been doing a Taylor video, right? Chat said, I don't agree. I think if you give people wiggle room, it makes it easier to dismiss, especially when it's incredibly easy to correct the moment. Okay, guys, this is what it sounds like. It sounds like you're playing right into conservatives' hands of, oh, you don't attack black people when black people kill white people, but the moment a white person kills a black person, you get upset. You sound like the same people that are like, he didn't say he doesn't want immigrants here. He said he wants to build a wall because illegals are killing and raping teenage girls. Please lock in. Lock in. Lock in. They are literally using this against you because you don't understand the dog whistle. You can be accurate, but you still need to call out the bullshit. You trying to be more accurate with Taylor is just letting her get away with bullshit. They are absolutely getting into your brains. And so, you do you. But as a person who researches all fucking day long, as a person who is obsessed with marketing, I'm telling you right now, it is absolutely done on purpose. It is absolutely playing into white nationalism. It is absolutely specifically about being the star football player. It is 100% about getting the star football player. That is the narrative. You can change it if you want. You can say it's different, but not when her millions of billions of fans are like, Taylor finally got the star football player. And he's a retired gym coach. Who are retired gym coaches? Former athletes. Do we not know this? Is that why? Is that because you don't know that? Or because what? That is the bubble. That is what your retired gym coach is, or that's what your gym coach is. He's a retired football player. Okay? So again, peace and love. Discord said she's supposed to be the default American girl. Exactly. She's supposed to be the default. And if she's the default, what the fuck are the rest of us? If Taylor is the default, how is the default not being marketed as white supremacy? How is Taylor supposed to be the default if all of us don't even have that story? That's not even our life. The fact that she's default is white supremacy. Period. Peace and love, guys. Peace and love. This is one of my favorite topics. The passion I feel. Peace and love. Okay? Ooh.
Such generalization.
That cultural memory is now buried under waves of denial and performative victimhood. Whether we realize it or not, we were one.
Okay, one more chat. One more. You said I'm absolutely against any billionaire, but I think you saying someone said something and then immediately being gently corrected is different than dismissing the entire argument. Girl. You're not getting it. You're wrong. I hear you. You're wrong. I hear you. You're wrong. I know you think you're correcting me, but no, I correct you. Because I'm telling you, you're not indicating to me that you understand the marketing, which tells me you don't understand the submersive message, which tells me you don't understand how it's linked to white supremacy. Because it's like you're loosely correcting my language when I'm literally right. I just explained it to you. Why ultimately, when I said Taylor said, it doesn't matter that Taylor literally didn't say it. Taylor let people say it for her. Thus, Taylor said it. Taylor let people say it. So therefore, Taylor said it. That's the point. That why do you think she started her music career through country? Why do you think that was so important for her to start off securing her white base before trying to become pop? Absolutely. Absolutely, right? Chad says, do you think she intentionally marketed that proposal with racist undertones, or does she not care about the racist undertones and prefers the marketing? No, I think it's on purpose. I think she purposely targets whites. I think she purposely sends them messages. I think she purposely loves it. Even her video, did you guys see her documentary about white feminism? The whole thing is white feminism. I'm like watching the documentary and I'm like, this is so white woman coded. It's crazy. And notice that it's all for publicity. Taylor made that whole switch about being a Democrat as a full publicity point. She just recently went on pro-Trump podcasts and is associated with pro-Trump people. You know what I'm saying? Travis Kelce just said it's an honor to play in front of the president or whatever he said, okay? So like, what are we talking about? Yeah, all of this is a signal. All of this is absolutely not being afraid to have racist fans. She is not willing to offend her racist fans. And that should tell you everything. Okay? All right, let's finish out this video, girl. I got stuff to do after this.
It's a lot closer to self-aware rebellion, but we've lost our willingness to engage with and sit with certain truths because of that disengagement with truth that we've lost the ability to reflect honestly. It becomes very difficult to communicate with people when you have two different versions of reality that you are operating off of. The conversation has gone from, yes, I benefit from this, and you know, that's kind of messed up, to how dare you say I benefit at all? How dare you question me only taking credit for achievements and no atrocities? How dare you? So this specific shift is what's led to an even bigger overcorrection, and probably the worst part about the overcorrection is that the overcorrection itself isn't coming as a result of a lived reality or real day-to-day interactions. It's now coming down as a result of grooming by way of algorithms from capitalism trying to sell you an identity, from billionaires who are posing as public servants despite never serving people publicly in any capacity while dangling culture war carrots in front of their citizens to grift.
So there's a lot of opportunity, I find, in the bad times.
We're being grifted. We're being grifted while they engage in class warfare and fearmonger their way into a level of wealth that the average American will never comprehend. Our society is so sick. It's so funny because I always hear like people from Europe talk about how like Americans make everything about race, but I feel like they really like choose to ignore that the fact that our society is so sick that someone can loudly with their full chest
Black person right now.
And that's the
that guy screamed, I'm being treated like a black person right now. That was a crazy clip. I saw it on TikTok and I'm like, what the heck is this?
Injustice. Okay. Part 3. The MAGA substitution. Manufactured grievance versus authentic rebellion. So the release valve is gone. MAGA and grievance politics have filled the void left by strong, expressive.
Super chat from Stars and Nights. Thank you so much. Says POC, specifically black people in the U.S. are a colonized nation within the U.S. resistance to colonization is in building autonomous communities. Thank you so much for the super chat from Stars and Nights. POC, specifically black people in the U.S. are a colonized nation within the U.S. resistance. The colonization is in building autonomous communities. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about well, I think the fear is like black communities have done this multiple times and white people come in and fucking kill everybody. So like, I'm with you that I think we need to, you know, I've been thinking about this in terms of marginalized communities. If there are spaces for us to create and move and migrate to different parts of the US to be together, I think there's something to be said about it. Like, I think there's something to be said about us moving and creating safer communities for people. You know, because like the white community right now in wherever land that are trying to build up a white community of their own and kick everybody out, they think black people are already doing it, right? Like they're like, black people are already doing this. They're not doing the thing you're doing. And if they're doing something, they're trying to uplift their community, not do what you're doing, which is to speak ill of community and ostracize them. But people forgot. I don't know if you guys saw this interview. There's a woman who has a museum. It's a black-owned museum. She's very close to this neighborhood, and she's terrified. The difference is when black communities come together to make community, it's not a threat to white people. But when white people come together to make community, it's a threat to everybody else. And that's the difference that people don't understand because they don't believe it because they're so indoctrinated by whiteness that they don't understand that not everyone, this is why conservatives are afraid of progressives because they think we're going to discriminate against them the way they discriminated against us. They don't genuinely understand that minority communities don't want to have something to hurt you. They want to have something so they can live. But white people only know how to have things at the expense of everybody else. And that's the part, right? You know? Let's see. Discourse of the Taylor Swift conversation goes back to what Elliot's saying. Conversation about on white ambiguity. Shout out to Elliot saying.
Crude, rebellious subcultures that were born around boundary-pushing art like M&M's. MAGA rallies and online debates replaced mosh pits and basements. And the trip part about what's happening is that is actually way more dangerous than garage bands ever were. Once upon a time, working-class whites, might have questioned their place in the system through music and through media.
Guys, if I don't know exactly what you're talking about in chat, but if you're trying to compare Britney Spears to Taylor Swift is absolutely impacting political movements. Britney Spears is busy being literally sick because they abused her so deeply. Taylor Swift is absolutely using her power and her Nepo baby privilege to impact how people impact elections, political statuses, the way the white America sees her. Do not get it twisted. Do not get it twisted that these rich people have their hands in companies, capitalism. Okay, she's best friends with Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, right? Taylor's album, some of her albums have their kids' names in it. They are all people who have money in capitalism. Ryan Reynolds is one of the biggest investors in so many companies. Do not get it twisted that these people are not average pop stars. They're not stupid. Okay, that's the illusion. These people are making moves. They are actually impacting your lives because they are getting their greedy little hands into these systems. Okay, so if you write them off as they're just stupid little pop stars. Well, these stupid little pop stars are literally impacting your life. So call it what you want, just like Trump. Oh, Trump's not a politician. He's just a business guy. Okay, well, this business guy is impacting your life,
Yeah, but today, a lot of them vote against their own economic interests in order to retain a sense of group identity based on race and cultural status. Red hats have replaced band t-shirts and rally chants substitute for song lyrics. What we are watching play out in front of us today has absolutely nothing to do with grassroots rebellion. I feel like I have to repeat that point. MAGA is not a grassroots rebellion. It is engineered grievance. It's a carefully orchestrated transformation of manufactured grievance. It has nothing to do with authentic rebellion. So I talk a lot about think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, spending decades studying the emotional landscape and the moods of disaffected white Americans, and then
and by the way, to the chatter who said if she's friends with MAGA doesn't mean she is MAGA, let me make this clear that I am only friends with one person who voted for Trump that I know of, and we're not even talking. Because it's not casual anymore. It's not casual. So if you're showing up at people's podcasts, promoting them, shouting them out, being homies with them, yeah, it matters. It matters. Chad says her being friends with MAGA supporters doesn't mean anything. That's insane. How are you a member of this channel? How have you been watching my content and you don't think it matters? Yes, it matters. It doesn't matter if she's friendly with them, but they have issue. The issue is that she doesn't have issues with them. You should have issues with your friends who voted for Trump. I'm not saying you can't be friends with a Trump voter. I'm saying the fact that you don't have issues with them is the problem. You should have issues with your Trump voting friends. I have issues with my Trump voting friend. Yeah, I got issues. I'm not counting my siblings. I think I only have one friend that voted for Trump, literally. I can't even imagine I would have more than, I couldn't even imagine any of my friends voted for him. I don't think so. And then my friends who are my family who voted for him or whatever, yeah, we have problems. We have problems. We're fighting. We have fucking problems. You know what I'm saying? So you can love people, but you got to know that you should have a problem. Okay, so for Taylor to be tee-hee, MAGA friends, tee-hee. What?
crafting narratives that feel rebellious.
That we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
They feel like you're a part of something, but they're actually set up to serve elite interests, aka state-sponsored revolution. There are now MAGA-specific think tanks like the Center for Renewing America and the America First Policy Institute. There are now MAGA recruiting and training organizations like American Moment and MAGA incubators like the Conservative Partnership Institute. All of those entities are aimed at not only bolstering the Trump cause, but strategizing how to sustain it after he's gone. The America First Policy Institute right now is openly working on a 100-year plan for Trumpism, and they're aiming to permanently root these politics in the American psyche. That is the goal. Permanent Trumpism. This is an America where doublespeak will be common, where the truth is optional, where cities and states that fight back against gerrymandering can be sued because not discriminating against anyone else is now seen as discrimination against white people. Instead of music, kids are being fed reactionary YouTube clips before they even know how to read. They are being groomed.
Wait. Chat says, I'm sorry, this is the only thing I've seen in the last 2 years I've been here that I feel like this is too woke moment. I love that. I don't see how other influential rich people don't play into the same marketing narrative. Yeah, they're also pieces of shit. What do you mean? They're also bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, first of all, I love the idea of like, this is my too woke moment, but also like, yeah, they're also bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to understand. I'm criticizing capitalism, and I'm criticizing capitalism through white supremacy. And I'm using Taylor as an example. So they're also bad. You get, yes, okay, you get it. Yes, they're also bad. Engaging in capitalism, not, okay, FD Signifier just made a great video about this. You should watch it on FD Sides, on his Sides channel, B-Sides. He just talked about this, but it was, you know, he makes content for Black communities. And so, you know, but it's geared towards this idea that like having a job and making money is not being a capitalist. Being a literal capitalist is different than owning a business and making money or getting paid for your labor. And so when I criticize capitalists, I'm criticizing people who are willing to make money at the expense of everything around them. People, planet, you know what I'm saying? So like, watch his video to get a greater understanding of this idea. But I'm not saying Taylor's the only one. I'm saying Taylor is a part of a system, uplifting a system, engaging in a system, and not in any way moving away from the system. Mr. Beast, Taylor Swift, same thing. You can like her music all you want, okay? Okay, I get it. Do the Taylor thing. But don't get it twisted that you are not enjoy the music if you want to separate the artist from the music or whatever, but she is doing what she's doing. And you are helping her get rich, which is fine. And if you're not a Taylor Swift fan, that's even better. But then the argument should be applied to everyone who's engaging in capitalism, who's aiming to be a capitalist. Everyone who showed up to Jeff Bezos' wedding, go fuck themselves. Every single fucker that showed up to Jeff Bezos' wedding can go fuck themselves. With peace and love.
By the algorithm and other people who also can't read. So make no mistakes. When you see JD Vance on podcasts, it's not because he had an interest in that podcast and decided, oh, hey, I want to go talk to these guys.
Exactly.
There is a pipeline from think tank strategy to street level culture war.
Listen to her. Listen to Deja. Exactly. Listen. When Taylor Swift shows up on those fucking podcasts, Taylor Swift never shows up on anyone's podcast. And oh my gosh, she's on her boyfriend's podcast. This is amazing. It's not because she, hello.
JD Vance on podcasts. It's not because he had an interest in that podcast and decided, oh, hey, I want to go talk to these guys. There is a pipeline from think tank strategy to street level culture war. This is so far from organic rebellion. It's political strategy that is running a cosplay as cultural understanding. That's the only way that I can think to describe it. Cultural cosplay. When Eminem was most provocative, he still somehow embodied class consciousness. A poor white person aware of both his struggles and his privilege, still being conscious of the world around him. The landscape today has been purposefully hijacked.
We all know the woke stuff went too far, but the answer isn't going too far the other way. It's not a bad thing to have a little compassion for people. It's not a bad thing to care a little for the environment.
Hijacked, it's not a natural evolution. This is a hijacking. In a post-Trump world, the incitement of white grievance is going to be the strongest strategy, and they're going to run this play into the ground.
Just to get her correction out. I feel very violent. I feel like I'm doing something I'm good at.
The crude language and offensiveness and vibe of the 90s and the early 2000s that once, joined people together has been hijacked to just casual racism and dog whistles. And if you dare say anything about me being casually racist to you, you're the problem, not me. The baby that these grievance politics have given birth to is a complete inversion. You now have personal grievances being elevated to the level of political struggles against a perceived evil for some reason only lives in the lives of other people who are ruining America and has nothing to do with the political or economic systems that are hollowing our country from the inside. Nothing to do with that. It's because the bathrooms aren't gendered. And probably the true tragedy of it all.
Wait, who? Calling who a white supremacist is too much. Who? Trump? Who? Wait, chat said, I don't know. The idea of calling him a white supremacist, I don't know. That feels extreme. Who? Calling who a white supremacist?
The strategy feels just as warm and fuzzy as being a part of something bigger than yourself. It mimics what is found in authentic spaces, except it's just truly top-down manipulation.
Taylor's boyfriend or fiance Well, I don't know anything about him like that, but I'll say that he has done nothing to make me think he isn't one. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know anything about him like that because he did have an infamous black girlfriend, but that doesn't mean much. But I would say that I don't know enough about him to think that he might not be adjacent. So therefore, he remains bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're too friendly. You're too friendly with the white supremacy. Too friendly. And if you're too friendly, like, at what point is that, like, not enough? You know?
You're running the risk of missing out on building real community. You're being filled up, but you're still starving. So in the absence of galvanizing subcultures, white America becomes the default culture, and anything outside of that becomes a threat. It waits like a low-grade fever in the background, ready to reabsorb disaffected white kids the moment they are confronted with pushback, oftentimes for their own behavior. Oh, they hit you back? Come on home. That home, of course, being white America's suburban insecurity. The same white kid who used to blast Lose Yourself on a burnt CD is now the kid who shares Charlie Kirk clips, ranting loudly online about being silenced. Authentic identity and authentic rebellion rooted in class, art, and collective expression has been replaced and repackaged into white grievance identity politics. Only now, the focus is no longer about challenging power, questioning authority. It's about who can comply best, who can be most loyal to the system.
He could stand on the front steps of the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him.
And an obsession to the system.
He could stand on the front steps of the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him.
And an obsession about reclaiming a fictional past, from fuck the system to build the wall. And so that's where we are today, edgelording ourselves into authoritarianism. Part 4.
Okay, chat. You said, I just don't want words to lose meaning. I guess if we overuse that word, no one will take it seriously. Habibi, they're killing people. Okay, listen. If I poke my eye out on stream, will that be good? Listen, girl. Okay, like, you know what you did. You know what you did.
We owe the real Slim Shady. Eminem didn't save America, but for a while, maybe he kept white America humble. He was one of the last cultural pressure valves for suburban angst. A noisy, offensive, unfiltered force who gave white kids somewhere to put their rage before that rage curdled into grievance. I actually don't think that it's too far of a reach to come to the conclusion that despite crime dropping overall since we started actively keeping track in the 70s, that the decline of these cultural outlets and the flattening of subcultures by way of social media has led to a rise in mass violence and increased online radicalization in the 2020s. I made a video about a year or two ago as someone who used to be a huge fan of Eminem growing up, where, you know, I was critiquing Eminem's offensiveness, his obsession with not being cancelable and how he just needed to grow up and be more mature and yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. But doing a re-listen of his old stuff made me realize that maybe I was a little bit too quick to criticize the crude, offensive rawness of Slim Shady. In hindsight, you know, maybe I was too hard on him. It served a purpose. That licensed transgression was holding back something much, much worse. He definitely wasn't perfect. He was flawed, problematic, offensive.
Why are you so mad about body positivity?
Well, you're so mad about body positivity. What the fuck is body positivity?
Like people feeling okay with their bodies.
So you mean fat power?
Okay. BBL Slizzy.
Eminem walked so rage baiters today could run. Truly. But by giving white America both a mirror and a confession booth, Mr. Mathers forced an uncomfortable confrontation with internalized prejudice, insecurity, and pain. That confrontation and vulnerability, truly, like, think about like the vulnerability required to put out a track like Cleaning Out My Closet. That confrontation and vulnerability, however messy, is necessary. It's crucial, and we can feel the absence today. If the absence is deeply felt.
Watching.
Okay, hold on, chatter. Listen. You said I'm just saying I want to label people correctly is what I'm trying to say. If there was a line in the sand, okay, let's play a game, kids. This is how the rule goes, okay? If there is a line in the sand, okay, white supremacy, liberation, okay, liberation, okay? Here's the two sands, okay? Liberation, okay. If this is the line in the sand, okay, okay, once you're here, you're good to go, okay? But if you're anywhere over there, okay, that's not good, okay? If you're anywhere over here, that's not good, okay. Now, hold on. Okay, so, actually, let me do it like this. Hold on. Boop, beep, boop, bop, beep, boop, beep. Ooh, ooh. Okay, listen. So, basically, Did you vote for Trump in the last election? Okay, you're at least here. See, you're fucked. Okay. Did you vote for Harris? Okay, you're here minimally, but you also either am dating somebody who voted Trump or all your friends voted Trump. Oop, now you're here again. See how it doesn't matter? Okay. And if you're on this side, even at the beginning, you're a white supremacist. Okay. That's how it works. You could have voted Harris and I'm still going to call you a white supremacist. Okay. Because voting for a black Indian lady doesn't excuse you if everything you end up doing monetarily, socially, and every structure, you know what I mean, engages in Trumpism, white supremacy. Okay. And Trump is just a really quick test. It's just a really quick litmus test. It's not even like, there's so many other ways you have the conversation. Okay, if a war broke out, okay, if a war broke out and they said, okay, pick capitalism or socialism. Every person who picks capitalism, white supremacist. Okay, white supremacist. Period. Oh, this is good. I'm cooking. Okay, white supremacist. Okay. Okay, because capitalism is the dream of white supremacy. Okay, period. Okay. I'm trying to think what else. Let's see. There's a line in the sand and trans women can play in female sports. Okay. If you're on the side that says like, oh, I think they should be separate, white supremacist. White supremacist. White supremacists, okay? Period. Just white supremacy, okay? Like, I think ultimately there's just like gonna be this realization that the label of white supremacist is only as good if it applies to you. But if you play every game to make sure it cannot apply to you, even though it secretly does, you're a white supremacist. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in a position where on the outside, I can't literally call you a white supremacist, but in your own head and in your own action, you support white supremacy, you are a white supremacist. So even for my own family that I love so much, I am trying to explain to them that they are uplifting and engaging in white supremacy, even though they don't see themselves as white supremacists. It doesn't matter at a certain point, because even though you haven't, gotten your hands dirty, you have committed the crime of hanging out with people who have and uplifting them and voting for them. So you might not have done direct injustice, but the injustice is done indirectly, therefore directly. Okay? You are participating. It's the same thing with misogyny. Okay? You are a misogynist unless you are continuously deconstructing and fighting misogyny and calling it out even when you do it. Otherwise, you are just engaging in misogyny. Okay? So there's a difference between saying, I'm here and I'm trapped here, but I'm going to make the best of it. I'm going to speak out when I can. And the difference between doing everything you can to uphold it. Okay? I'll even call myself out here. For as long as I was collabing, uplifting, and giving grace to the debate bros, I was engaging in misogyny and ableism. And honestly, racism, because I so casually sat by while Destiny said the N-word constantly on stream and just said, man, he's edgy. So, and racism, there, call me out, unsubscribe. 100%. I just so casually was like, man, the debate bros are edgy. They're crazy. He's just out here saying it. You know, and I just like, that wasn't enough for me. So there, I engaged in the 3 bads, okay? And that should be enough. If you want to unsubscribe, I support you. I shouldn't have done it. I should have not even given a chance to these motherfuckers. I should have said to myself, your compassion should go towards people doing the work. Okay? Chet said, I thought you were just going to different bubbles. Yes, but by going to different bubbles, I uplifted and promoted and spoke good about them. I didn't just go to different bubbles. I publicized it. I put it on a public platform. I put my fucking name and brand to it. So it doesn't matter if I was there for the goodness of my belief in people getting better. I made it a public spectacle. Now I am responsible, okay, for the way that right? Okay? No. Chat says she immersed a bit before popping. Well, no. Remember, this is why I tell you don't be ignorant. I went into that space hoping to pop their bubbles. And then my bubble was popped that I thought I was going into a space of good faith people. And my bubble pop didn't come from me not realizing they were misogynist. It came from me realizing that they're too close and too deep in for me to even save them. Just like your white supremacist Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift will never, ever, 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 at the risk of her own investments, actually come out against white supremacy. She can't afford to because she only cares about her money. Okay? Maria, thank you so much for being a member of 10 months. So this is my responsibility. My responsibility as a content creator is to say this. And that's why Destiny and his ilk come to my comment sections and say Hassan and Brittany owe their whole career to Destiny. We don't owe shit to Destiny. Remember that Hassan was already a Nepo baby with connections to streaming. You think he wasn't going to be successful? I already had a career before I met Destiny. What does he matter? But that's how they do it. So you associate with them. You have good faith in them. Hassan and I ignorantly had good faith somehow in Stephen Bonnell. And now the way he punishes you is to convince you, but then that's why you still have to hold yourself accountable for even falling for it in the first place. The belief that you could influence these people to be better is ignorance. You can't influence people to be better. You can only be better. And when they are ready, they can make a change. Okay? You can make the change. They can make the change. But you can only hold yourself accountable, and hopefully people will be inspired by that. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't, yeah, like I really thought, just like with my parents, I'm not holding my breath that my parents will not be homophobic. Right? Like I'm not, but I think that's the narrative we're taught. We're taught this narrative that like, you can change people. You can't. So this idea that Taylor Lorenz is talking to Destiny and hopes to like speak to his audience is bullshit. The fact that even Hassan is talking to Theo Von and hopes to poach his audience, honestly, I think it's bullshit. I think Hassan is wrong for that. I think he's wrong for talking to all these losers. And I think he's doing it to become more popular, which is what he said he always wanted to be. But I just don't think Hassan is doing justice by talking to Theo Von. But I can see why other people like Vervaeke talking to Theo might be better. I think people like an Uncle Iroh talking to Theo might be better than a Hassan. Like, what good is... Sit down. You're not a wise old man. Wise old men trying to like Gabor Mate or like a Vervaeke, them being old and senior trying to talk to young people is different than a peer showing up and be like, I'm cool. You know what I mean? It's like, please don't make me kill myself. Okay? So we have to know our place. We are too young to be a person who can show up on these streams and really talk to people and be respected because we've lived a long life, you know? So yeah, I think that's what I have to say about that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Watching him play to his base that thinks that he cares about them, and it's actually the people that he cares about the least. If you're talking about his core being, a majority white middle class, what I don't understand is how in the fuck do you feel like you relate to a billionaire who has never known struggle his entire fucking life? I will say this, he talks a good one.
It's the M&Ms of the world who hold a mirror up to white America. They force white kids to confront their shadow selves, to see how whiteness function in the world, not as a neutral default, but as an identity with power and consequence. What's left now is unexamined rage. That's what's filled the void. Not solidarity, not rebellion, but resentment. How dare you remind me of my manners? How dare you actually want freedom and justice for all, dressed up as patriotism and counterculture? Eminem wasn't a revolutionary hero, but his art was a release valve, and today that valve is gone. I feel like it's also worth mentioning that Slim Shady...
No. Chad says I have a soft spot for Theo. We know, girl. We can tell by these comments. Theo can be funny, to be fair. I mean, Trump can be funny too. See how that doesn't matter? And then someone else said Theo is just a dumb guy. He's a college graduate. He was so smart. He marketed himself as a stupid person so he could get away with racism. Theo Von marketed himself as a stupid person so you would give him leniency on his racism. He's a college graduate. He is educated.
was also a persona. And we've evolved into a place where the line between person and persona is blurred. What was once just a persona has become the sum of people's entire personality and has given birth to a spectacle-addicted troll nation.
Hell yeah, you was the hard in the group chat.
It's actually not an accident that we ended up with a spectacle-addicted troll president.
There's a subculture and a sub-media that talks and keeps things going for entertainment purposes rather than for the flow of information.
Our only hope is class consciousness.
Sometimes I still see John Kerry stickers on people's car in America. Like when I was last in America, I see John Kerry stickers and I'm like, it's like a time portal.
Coda, the tragic optimist's path forward. The solution isn't nostalgia. We can't just bring back Eminem. It wouldn't do anything anyway. South Park is trying to give it a run for its money, but I honestly don't think that it's possible to out-troll the trolls. But we shall see. My fingers are crossed. What we can be doing is rebuilding spaces where anger is channeled into community, into innovation, into art, and the love of something and not just a hate of something.
That should save my life.
Oh, G-Way, cousin of Joe Rogan. Chat said John Kerry stickers in 2025, but they're old stickers. They're not new John Kerry stickers. They're literally so old. Like the old, like some people never take the bumper stickers off. It's so interesting.
It gave me a purpose, which I was sorely lacking in my life, and it was damaging who I was, and to the point where I was going to be nothing.
Very least. We also can't just blame kids for turning to the wrong outlets. We have to ask ourselves what were and are the right ones. You know, what happened to them and what would they look like in this time and space with our specifically unique challenges? What would they look like now? Not nostalgia, evolution. I feel like way too often we hear things like, the kids will always find something, they'll figure it out, it's just a phase. Maybe, but what if the algorithm doesn't let them find anything else? Looking forward, the work should be put into rebuilding authentic subcultures, the kind that thrive in real rooms, not in comment sections.
Don't be fooled by the internet. It's cool. It's cool to get on the computer, but don't let the computer get on you. Cool to use the computer. Don't let the computer use you. You all saw The Matrix. There's a war going on. The battlefield's in the mind, and the prize is the soul.
Wasn't Prince a homophobe?
Be careful.
That means creating outlets outside of the feed, unions, do-it-yourself, real music scenes, mutual aid, meetups, zines in coffee shops, firearm safety groups, cooking circles, running and exercise crews, run anything where people are building something together, working on something together instead of just consuming outrage. Are you an asset in the revolution? At every opportunity, we should be ripping the mask off the reality that movements like MAGA are deeply aligned with establishment money and power. They are bankrolled by the same elites that they claim to fight, and they masquerade as counterculture while wielding class warfare right in front of us. Make no mistake, what you see happening when billionaires make healthcare decisions, while purposefully crashing the economy, while removing consumer protections, while building, $200 million gold ballrooms, class warfare is in full effect and they are winning. That is what's happening. They're winning. The tragic optimist in me believes that there is hope if we take lessons from what worked in the past and we combine it with our strengths of today. I believe that rebellion and cohesive awareness can exist, and I believe that that can be shaped into art or targeted activism. White America has already shown us repeatedly what happens when it as a culture goes unchecked and it's stripped of critique. It becomes a culture that is close to the edge, and it's not a rebellion, but of regression. It's also just pattern recognition to be aware of the objective reality that white America unchecked.
When white people march, it is scary. I don't even know how to explain it. It is it's scary looking with their, not literally white people who are white, but like when these white people with their flags, their little khakis, they are scary looking. Look at this.
Was unchecked and white America has already shown us repeatedly what happens when it as a culture
that is so scary
goes unchecked and it's stripped of critique. It becomes a culture that is close to the edge, and it's not a rebellion, but of regression. It's also just
look at that. Look at the way they're marching.
Pattern recognition to be aware of the objective reality that white America unchecked all too quickly becomes white America unhinged. And if you are offended by that factual reality, then maybe the next question is, why did it strike a nerve?
And that is why the best choice to be the next Superman is Eminem.
That is all that I have for you today, friends, and I will see you in the next one.
Woo woo. Okay, let me link the video once again. Deja Sade, links in the chat, links in the Discord. Did I link that right? Yeah. Okay, great video. Let me see any comments that are interesting. Let's see. She pinned this one. Just the song Sing for the Moment fully encapsulates this thesis: white kids connecting with a new culture, parents and politicians pushing back, Eminem's awareness of his role. I grew up poor and white, and the song hit me hard as a kid. Quote, these identities are nightmares to white parents whose worst fear is a child with dye hair and who likes earrings. Like whatever they say has no bearing. So it's so scary in a house that allows no swearing. True. I love that the scariest thing your kid could do is dye their hair and have earrings, but that was so true. Let me see. I think there's something to be said about the new wave of anti-intellectualism in favor of being spoon-fed by the algorithm and its place in cultural historical amnesia. But wasn't that always the case? You know, I start to really resent the idea that everyone's blaming algorithms and like the internet. The internet's just a reflection of what culture always was. Like, why are we acting like the regular population ever had access to information? It wasn't always just spoon-fed information. Like, you guys are doing it now in my chat today. What's wrong with Taylor Swift? What's wrong with Theo Vaughn? Do I have to spoon feed you the details? Google it, research it, do the thought, think about it. Because listen, I've watched hundreds of episodes of Theo Vaughn's podcast. How do you stomach it? I have watched hundreds of episodes of these boys' podcasts. At some point, it is hard to stomach. At some point, you should feel weird. Or at least, if you're watching it, not talk about it in public like it isn't weird. If you think you're progressive or / not racist. Okay? Because listen, I love watching people to see the bubble. Like, what are they doing? What are they talking about? Ask my partner. You can't. How much I verbalize and scream in the kitchen, like, oh, Theo, you're so stupid. And my partner's like, why do you watch this? I was like, because I got to know what's going on. Shush. Listen how stupid these boys are. Like, I'm like literally livid at how like, this is the boy who has access to the president. This is the person. And like, you should be angry. My partner thinks it's self-harm. They're like, are you self-harming by listening to these men? I was like, shit, this is my job. Okay? Maybe it is self-harm. It feels like self-harm when I watch Ethan. Honestly, I don't. See, this is the difference. I don't watch Ethan. It feels like self-harm. I can't do it. But when I'm like watching a Theo podcast, because I'm trying to figure out how he got this connection or this networking thing, it feels a little bit better, like I'm researching. But I can't, Ethan feels so bad. It feels like it's like a horrible, so if it really makes me feel bad, I really don't do it. But if I'm like ready and I have the spoons, I'll listen and try to understand. Ooh, girl. But the Flagrant podcast makes me crazy too. I can't. I watched the one with Alex O'Connor and that was kind of interesting, but really it was just like a realization of where the boys were and everything. Anyway, okay, I gotta go. I gotta go do stuff. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Hey, great convo today. And listen to me when I say this. You know, just listen. Okay? Please? Thank you. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye-bye. Bye.